sound of the half-muffled bells of Westminster Abbey, Princess Diana begins the final stage of her journey. It'll take her through North London, out onto the M1, and up to her ancestral home in Northamptonshire. Entering Whitehall, and what a contrast a single hearse to applause from the mourners. The military involvement is over. Just Diana's hearse, followed by the chief mourners. Beginning of the long journey home. And just leaving the Abbey now, Prince William, Prince Harry in the back, their father beyond them. And more applause. Quite extraordinary. I've never witnessed that in this country at a funeral. It's as if the people want to say something, and this is the best way to express their feelings. Limousine carrying the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh and the Queen Mother. The Queen will not, we understand, be going to the private funeral and burial in Northamptonshire. And back at Westminster Abbey now, the most senior guests are leaving. The Prime Minister and his wife. Walking round the tomb of the unknown warrior there with its frame of poppies. It's the one piece of stone in the abbey that is never walked over. That's Queen Noor of Jordan. Approaching St James's Palace, the princess, still to applause from the crowd and flowers tossed in her path. The beginning of a journey that will take the princess up Park Lane, Gloucester Place, parallel to Baker Street, Park Road, past Lord's Cricket Ground, through North London, Finchley Road, Brent Cross, such familiar names, onto the M1 and north to Northamptonshire. And still applause. Nick, you said earlier we didn't know what to expect today. We didn't expect this, did we?
No, and I'm struck as the hearse passes the Queen Victoria Memorial in front of Buckingham Palace. That applause is such a contrast, isn't it, to the way the funeral procession to the Abbey was received, in silence mostly. Tears, of course, but this applause, we keep saying it's not the happy applause, it's a celebration of life. Everybody wants to say in some way what they felt about the princess, and this is such an easy way. Hear that applause again now.
Past Buckingham Palace for the last time, where the flowers no doubt will remain for days. Onto Constitution Hill, leading to Hyde Park Corner. And still the crowds remain. The hearse has passed, but they remain at the mouth.
The books of condolence at St James's Palace just away to your right now, that were so many people signed, they're going to be reopened. And that's the car bearing the Queen.
The view up Constitution Hill to Apsley Gate, which, as I said earlier, only the sovereign ever passes under, except that is today. Round Hyde Park Corner, and in a second the hearse will turn into Park Lane. And she'll pass the Queen Mother's gates again on the left as the hearse swings round into the Broad Avenue. These are the scenes in the Abbey as the mourners now file slowly towards the Great West Door. George Michael. How poignant that the two were last together when Diana comforted Elton John at the funeral of Gianni Versace in July, and today he sang for her. Imran Khan and his wife Jemima. They flew from Pakistan to be here. She has lost one of her closest friends. It's like a roll call of stars from the world of show business. Sir Cliff Richard. And everywhere, ordinary people beginning to move. They've had their last glimpse of the princess as she begins to leave London. Moving quietly on, orderly, well behaved, just lost in their thoughts. That's the view of Whitehall to Trafalgar Square at the end. And we're in Park Lane with the Princess driving north to Marble Arch. Henry VIII originally acquired Park Lane, but then of course it was in the middle of woodland. And poignantly, in just a few moments, the procession will pass by the London flat where the Princess spent so many hours with Dodi Fayed. Marble Arch, which the Princess is circling now, originally designed as the main entrance to Buckingham Palace, but it was found to be too narrow to allow the Gold State coach to pass through, and was moved a century and a half ago to where it now is, isolated among all the traffic, but maybe not for long. There are plans to rid it of the fumes and the traffic that surrounds it. Arch there on the right. And looking up Oxford Street to the car, perhaps the most celebrated shopping street in the entire world. So called because originally it was the Roman road to Oxford, unsurprisingly. Almost all 300 shops and stores in Oxford Street are closed this morning to join in the national mourning of the country. Into Portman Street, and passing on the left the 19th century home of a former Queen, Caroline of Brunswick, who was the wife of George IV. And theirs was not a successful marriage, and she was famously excluded from his coronation. Gloucester Place, one can imagine once how these lovely Georgian houses had little front gardens, but they've long since gone when the road was made one way with Baker Street coming the other way. Such familiar streets, not a journey by royal train or even by boat on the river, but just along the ordinary shopping streets and residential streets of North London. And soon people will only have to step out of their front doors to line the route and see the cortege pass.
The Princess herself was a keen motorist, I think you could say. She would drive herself around the streets of London, go shopping, often to be seen. People would suddenly realise that the person in the queue in front of them was Princess Diana.
This is the view of Hyde Park. Still the crowds. I would imagine friendships have been formed today from people who didn't know each other before, but who came here for the same reason. Regent's Park, sorry, not Hyde Park, comes towards Regent's Park. This is the cortege coming north. Look at the crowd, they're pressing around the cortege. The police aren't there to hold them back, and it really doesn't matter. Throwing their bouquets at the hearse, saying farewell to Diana. Goodbye, England's Rose, as Elton John so memorably sang in the Abbey. No barriers. Quite extraordinary, remarkable scenes, as it's been all morning. Unexpected. We didn't know what to expect. This is truly extraordinary to witness. Look at the flowers. Look at the crowd still in the Mall, Buckingham Palace at the end with Queen Victoria's monument, the wedding cake, slowly, quietly, calmly dispersing. Maybe they're not even dispersing, maybe they're just staying in London for the day. That's the top end of the Mall, I think, Admiralty Arch in the background. Quite extraordinary. There must be thousands of people crowded into the Mall. And no one's worried about a riot or security or anything like that. It's all so well behaved. And on the left now, London's Central Mosque, where Dodi Fayed went, where his memorial service was held. How poignant this moment is. The man who brought her such joy during the summer in their short but happy relationship. And the hearse travels north to St John's Wood. And immediately to the right of the picture, there we can't see it, is Lord's Cricket Ground. So familiar, these streets. And soon it'll enter Finchley Road, that main artery north, and police say they expect up to 1 million people to line Finchley Road. In the background you can see them rushing to get into position, not to miss the moment. People on the balcony, that's a hospital, the Wellington Hospital on the left, with people at the balcony watching the cortege. Her father died there in 1992. Diana was on a skiing holiday at the time, and we remember the images of her leaving the hotel and rushing back to London. It's as if word has passed along the ranks of people. Throw your flowers at the car. It's obviously a spontaneous gesture. I've never seen anything quite like it. It's lovely. Flowers lying on the roof of the car. And this is St John's Wood moving into Swiss Cottage. But for a moment we return to the Abbey to show you the mourners there slowly dispersing. Tom Conti, the actor, on the left. Tom Cruise in the foreground, behind him his wife Nicole Kidman. Steven Spielberg on the right. Tom Hanks in the background. Sting, the singer. Panoply of famous faces. Coming into Swiss Cottage now, the funeral cortege. And I was about to say while we were looking at the Abbey how pleased the Abbey will be with how well the service went. The choir boys and the men of the choir were brought back from their summer holidays from places as far as Brazil and Portugal, went into instant rehearsal, performed so beautifully this morning.
Was a marvellous service. A little longer than expected, but it will also be remembered, it must be said, for what the Princess's brother had to say, his restatement of his anger at the way the Princess was hounded as he saw it, and his promise that no one involved with them would allow the same thing to happen to her sons, William and Harry.
The scene at Buckingham Palace, still the crowds are there. Look at that. It's a national event, but it's, as I said earlier, a truly international event, these pictures being seen, it's not an exaggeration to say it, at all four corners of the globe. Swiss Cottage. Used to be a little village, dates back to the mid-19th century. And we can expect scenes like this, crowds lining the street, right up to close to the M1. So many household names it's passing: Sainsbury's, Coral, the bookmaker's shop, supermarkets, furniture shops. Just the ordinary streets of North London lined by the ordinary people who live there. And as we look at the Great West Door of the Abbey again, we've just heard that the princes, William and Harry, are going to take the royal train up to Northampton. They won't follow their mother. They're going by train to Northampton for the private burial at Althorpe House later this afternoon. the picture playing up just a little as it goes up Finchley Road towards Hendon Way. And I said a moment ago this was truly international. We heard that there was a large gathering in Hollywood this morning, not of stars but of people who live there, to remember the princess they loved. Look at the flowers on the car, it's quite extraordinary. One hopes they won't pile up too much in front of the windscreen, but I doubt it. Wonderful, wonderful sight.
Another example of the way that this whole business, particularly this funeral, has been a wonderful, wonderful mixture of the formal and the planned and the scheduled and the completely informal. Those flowers on top of the car there, just look at them. Just look at them.
Quick flick of the windscreen wipers there. Thought that might be necessary before too long. And before we finally leave the Abbey, it really is worth pointing out what a wonderful service that was and how little time they had to prepare for it. They had, as I said, they had to call choristers back from all over the world from holiday. The service was put together by the Dean in consultation with the royal family and the Spencers and indeed the government, the Prime Minister. And yet it was perfect. It could not have been more fitting. As Nick was saying, it too had a mixture of the formal and the informal. Diana's sisters reading two of her favourite poems, her favourite hymns, her favourite pieces of music.
Wonderful too that the way people outside were able to take part. We saw people singing the hymns, joining in the prayers, joining in the applause for what Earl Spencer had to say. That spontaneous applause ringing out in Westminster Abbey during a funeral. I think that applause probably echoed around the world. Car drivers coming the other way and people on buses, they slow down and stop, and you can imagine the feelings. And that is the body of the Princess of Wales leaving us. As John said earlier so well, going through the ordinary streets of our capital. No posh buildings here, no historical monuments. Ribbon development, I think they call it, out along dual carriageways, semi-detached houses, ordinary shops. The People's Princess. That phrase which is so very apt for this young lady. Life cut so short. Now they're starting to move. I think the speed is building up a bit here. Well, it did when it came around that corner.
And there again, the Great West Door, the half-muffled bells still ringing. Well, the mobile phone, perhaps a reminder of the modern age that we live in and that Princess Diana so typified. The gleaming stone outside of the Great West Door, by the way, the Abbey has been through a 20-year renovation, restoration, cleaning. It only finished 2 or 3 years ago. That's Brian May in the middle, formerly of Queen, Freddie Mercury's group.
Time to spot faces in the crowd. Just all sorts of people come into view, and we mentioned much earlier that there were representatives of charities and friends. A Christmas card list is what they looked at when they invited people. Bells peal on. People wait to leave, and back to the car, making its way out of North London.
That, if I'm not mistaken, is Hendon Way. Approaching one of London's great shopping centres, Brent Cross, and from there onto the North Circular Road. Some might say the dreaded North Circular Road. Always chock-a-block. And from there up onto the M1. And in fact, we've just heard that the police are asking mourners as they begin to gather on bridges over the M1 not to throw flowers down from the bridges onto the car, or indeed drape flags, for obvious reasons. Almost hemmed in by the crowds here, as it, I think, is emerging from Hendon Way. Oh, I know, it's the slip road from Hendon Way onto the North Circular.
John, it's almost as if they don't want her to go, isn't it? Want to press forward and see her, but, you know, slow down, slow down.
Yes. As I said earlier, I don't have to believe it if I don't want to. Cavalcade of flowers. And maybe there's a feeling rippling through the crowd that she's had the send-off she deserved. We did her proud. It was a funeral that involved everybody, from the humblest in the land to the highest in the land. It went without a hitch, and it was so absolutely appropriate. And everyone, I think, can be proud for having played their part. And they'll say in years to come that London, Britain, gave the princess the farewell she deserved. Well, not quite on the North Circular. I was a little ahead of myself, but very close to it.
If you live there, you will be saying to everybody you meet for the rest of your life, Princess Diana's funeral passed my front door. And that, of course, that appeal to ordinary people, which was mentioned back in Westminster Abbey, the way that she had a capacity to make everybody feel that they sort of knew her, really, and her frailties. Well, we've all got those, so that's fine. That was fine, because she's gone now. People up on the central barrier there to get a glimpse. A little bit more crowd discipline here, people back off the carriageway. Traffic stopped on the other side, I think. Piled up on the other side, just stopped there. I should imagine everyone out of their cars, out of the buses, coming across the road. If they can.
Turning now onto the North Circular, close in fact to Staples Corner, which as you'll remember was the scene of the devastating IRA car bomb in 1992, which badly damaged this flyover, which really is one of the major links between London and the north. Crowds at the back leaping to get a better view. And on to the famous, some would say notorious, North Circular Road for the short journey, just a mile or so, to the southern end of the M1. Traffic halted. Has anyone ever seen the North Circular like that? No one, I'm sure, complaining for a moment.
Amazing, really, that this funeral, this hearse will be going up the M1 motorway, of all things.
Still the crowds there. This is not a residential area, and they've left their homes to line the streets to remember this day. And applause again. I'm sure the mood now is almost one of celebration, celebrating a life. The mourning was this morning, the mourning will be forever, but for the moment They're celebrating their life. On the bridge above it.
Part of the world where you often get hitchhikers trying to get a lift before the M1 begins. None of them today. There are no crowds here. The police have kept people off this particular stretch. I presume we're actually on motorway now. But this bit has been, oh yes, there's the familiar blue signs that tell us all, we all know them, you're on a motorway.
And we'll stay with the Princess until she disappears from our view onto the M1 motorway and north to Althorpe House in Northamptonshire. A brief stop to clear the flowers off. Yes, they had to do that. Obviously, looks covered in flowers. You can't go on a motorway with your car covered in flowers, whatever your car is. So a brief stop. Leave the flowers on the hard shoulder, and no doubt they'll remain.
Those men on the left-hand side, motorway workers, I bet they didn't expect this. Flowers off from the Princess's funeral, in a way, in front of them, and the little procession moves off again, up the M1 towards the final resting place in Northamptonshire.
And that'll be our final view of Princess Diana as she leaves North London for the journey north. For the moment, our final view.
Well, we're in their hands now. Alright, you going off? Alright, I shouldn't be carrying off.
And we're back outside Buckingham Palace, where the crowds will not disperse. Climbing on the railings by the looks of it. Looking at the flowers, reading some of the messages. My goodness me, look at those flowers. I think a great sense of relief that it passed so well this morning. It went so well. As I said earlier, exactly the tribute that she deserved.
Lots of smiles in the crowd now. After
Yes.
all the tears and sadness, there's a bit of smile, a bit of relief. That's so often the case at the end of a funeral, isn't it? Let's be honest about it. There is that relief. The grieving process requires the formality of a funeral. Now people beginning to relax, beginning, I suppose, the process of really believing that the princess has died. Flowers, that's Buckingham Palace, the flowers on the railings, the flowers the Queen herself looked at yesterday for the first time.
Westminster Abbey again. The bells still tolling. Richard Branson. And there's that wonderfully spruced up Great West Door. gleaming clean.
The weather so perfect, if you can use that word in connection with a funeral. Forecast of possible showers this afternoon, but it remained as sunny as possible. It could possibly have been. What a day for those crowds. We will all remember this day, of course we will, but for those who are actually on the streets of London, what memories they're going to have.
Hyde Park, where the giant screens were, where the service was followed by thousands more than were able to hear it either in the Abbey or in the streets around it. And still not dispersing, as I said earlier, probably friendships made. And for the moment, we'll leave the crowds of London in the centre of the city and in the north of the city, and we'll join the Princess later on in her journey as she nears Althorpe House in Northamptonshire. For the moment, back to Trevor McDonald.
John, thank you very much. And as we said, we're returning to that commentary as the coffin is driven northwards towards Northampton. The service itself, as you would have seen, was a fitting tribute to a woman who in death brought the country together like no one else. It's already been described as a day of unforgettable images and sounds. The departure of the coffin from Kensington Palace, those haunting cries of grief as the coffin left Kensington Palace, the wreath which said in simple, boyish writing the word mummy, and the poignant sight of the Princes William and Harry walking behind the gun carriage. And then there was that emotional and uncompromising tribute to Diana from her brother during the service. He called her unique, complex, extraordinary, and irreplaceable. We can now hear some comment and reflection on the ceremony. Let's go now to Julia Somerville and her guests at Westminster Abbey. Julia?
Well, Trevor, I had with me Lord Steele, who was in the congregation throughout the service. Lord Steele, somebody just said to me that they thought that the people who'd organised the service had managed to pull off the impossible. Did you feel that?
I did. I thought it was a most genuinely moving service, and it managed to combine in an extraordinary way the popular and informal with the royal. And I've never been at an occasion like it, and I'll never forget it. It was a most remarkable occasion.
I think if you like, the most heartfelt, perhaps, moment was Lord Spencer's tribute to his sister, which was both tremendously fond and very, very personal, but he was also reaching out and, if you like, laying some blame. Did you feel that he was accurate in his target?
I don't think he overstepped the mark. I thought it was a very, very well-judged tribute, and I think, as the Queen was saying in her broadcast yesterday, there's so many lessons to be learned, perhaps by some sections of the press, perhaps by the royal family themselves. I think we're going to see perhaps a more informal and approachable royal family in the future as a result of Diana's influence. But most important of all, I think, talking to the crowds as I was coming across from the House of Commons to the Abbey earlier, I hope that her life will have left behind some lessons of service and concern for causes that she stood for.
Today must have had a special poignancy for you, because you were a Privy Councillor, were you not, at the time when Diana was just about to become engaged to the Prince of Wales?
That's right. I was one of the Privy Councillors called to the palace to approve the royal marriage. So I'd met her when she was 19 and about to enter into this extraordinarily strained and stressful public life.
Sir David Steele, Lord Steele, thank you very much indeed. Back to you now, Trevor.
From Julia Somerville, let's go now to Mark Webster in Hyde Park. Mark?
Well, here earlier, Trevor, tens of thousands of people, literally as far as the eye could see, were gathered, watching the whole service on two giant screens here. They were Diana's people, if you like, a rainbow Britain, young and old, black and white, from every corner of the country. They all came here and they all shared the experience together. Now I have with me Claire and Helen. Perhaps I'll turn to Claire first. What did you think of the service, Claire?
I thought it was a very moving service. I hate to say I enjoyed it, but I did. It was what I needed. I wanted to be able to come up here and grieve and see the service.
You were saying earlier some of what Earl Spencer had to say you thought might be a bit political.
Yes, I felt when I was listening to it, it didn't feel like a speech I expected at a funeral, but I agreed with everything he said, and I can't see a better opportunity for him to say it. We all listened, we all agreed with him, and I think our best wishes to the young princes do go out. I hope that Diana's example will continue, yeah.
Helen, I'll turn to you now. What will you think from your perspective?
Well, I thought it was very exciting, and they had a reading in there. Mr. Blair read one that was read at my grandfather's funeral, and I thought it was quite upsetting, actually, but I felt sorry for the young princes.
Indeed. Okay, thank you. Back to Trevor.
Thank you, Mark. The cortege is now on the M1. There you can see the police outriders heading up the M1. We saw it make its way all the way through North London. And now this is actually beginning its journey to Northampton on the M1 motorway. Picking up speed now, heading for that journey up to the Spencer estate. The M1 unusually quiet, cleared by police, of course, for this procession up to Northampton. Just a very small party. As we heard, the princes will make their way by the royal train. All those flowers which were strewn on the car cleared away now for the journey up north. Just before we saw those pictures, we were talking to Mark Webster at Hyde Park. He's there now. Mark?
Indeed, I have with me from Portsmouth, Debbie, Christopher and Andy, who I know. What did you think of the service, Debbie?
I thought it was very moving. I've never experienced anything like it before in my life, and I'm glad I came up today because I felt it was the way that I could say goodbye to it. It was the only way I could get it out of my system.
Yes, you said you've been grieving all week, you've been crying a lot all week. Do you think it's helped?
It has helped, yeah. It didn't actually physically hit me until the coffin was removed from the gun carriage, and obviously that's when the realisation sunk in that she really had gone.
Christopher, what did you think?
Well, Elton John's rewrite of Candle in the Wind was very sad, and so was Earl Spencer's speech, and that was what made me cry. And then from then on I just couldn't stop crying. And that was it, and same as my mum, I had to come to get it out of my system.
Andy, it must have been the same for you. Terribly emotional experience.
It was very emotional, and as Christopher said, Candle in the Wind, and Earl Spencer's speech. Earl Spencer summed up the whole of the nation, I think, the whole of the country there with what he said.
Do you think his sentiment in particular, that the two princes should be left alone by the media, is something that everybody feels?
Yes, very much so. And the spontaneous applause that followed that, I think, summed up what everybody thought and what the country feels and how he managed to put it across.
Yes,
just wonderful.
I can turn back to you. I mean, you were making the point you thought was a bit political, but obviously his point really is let the princes have as normal an upbringing as they possibly can.
Yes, one of my neighbours on Sunday said to me, who is going to take them to Thorpe Park? And I think that's what really moved me. Yes, my children had those opportunities. I hope those boys have the chance to do things that children do.
Yes, for you who's had a very normal upbringing. Do you feel a lot of sympathy for the princes?
Yeah, I can't imagine being in their place and having to do things that they do, especially just after their mums died.
And what did you think of how they acquitted themselves today?
Well, I think they were very brave out there, because I don't think I could have done that.
I think it's only fair to turn to you, Christopher, and ask you exactly the same question. What did you think of those young lads out there today?
Well, my heart just goes out to them. I feel so sorry for them. They're like, Mum done everything for them. And I don't think Charles will take them to Thorpe Park, but I think William will take Harry to the pictures and everything. But their dad will take them to some places, but not all the time like their mum did.
Well, it's a thought from those people here, I'd say, have shared this extraordinary experience today. Trevor.
We heard how the service, thank you, Mark Webster, we heard how the service at Westminster this morning was a combination of so many things, of the public and the private, of people from all walks of life. Julia Somerville is talking to some of them now.
Trevor, I have with me Chris de Burgh, who I think needs no further introduction. Chris, you were obviously in there. Tell me your feelings about the service.
Julia, that was one of the most extraordinary things I've ever been at or felt a part of. And the most moving moment for me was when Earl Spencer made his tribute to his sister. And outside the Abbey, we could hear the applause as everybody, the people power, showed itself again. And I heard the applause grow, and it came through the west door, up the aisle, and everybody started applauding within the Abbey, and it made your hair stand on end. It felt like the applause was going all the way up to Diana herself in a coffin. It was an expression of power and emotion, and at that point I lost it myself, but I've never heard people applauding in church like that, or certainly not at a funeral.
Lord Spencer's tribute to his sister was so incredibly heartfelt, and he was all the time reminding people about what a gift Diana herself had in dealing with people. Tell us how you first came to meet her.
I met her about 10 years ago when she got in touch with me about the Enniskillen disaster, and subsequently we've been in touch a lot. I remember various occasions, for example, when she came back from Argentina. The morning she got back, she wrote me a lovely note accepting an album, Beautiful Dreams, that I'd sent her, and she said at the end of the note, I could use some beautiful dreams right now. She was a very charismatic woman. She made you feel special, and she had that gift of making just like stardust on everybody that met her. She knew how to be a star in as much as she left something with you after she'd gone and moved away from you. She was an outstanding lady, and beautiful and vulnerable and everything that, we wanted to hold her.
Elements, of course, that are very strongly in Elton John's song, and the altered version of which we heard today. My impression was that came over incredibly powerful. Was it the same for you?
Absolutely, Julia. I was sitting a few yards away from him, and I reckon I was one of the few people in the church who, in the cathedral, who actually knew what he was going through. Shortly before I caught eye contact with him, and I gave him the thumbs up, and I said, to myself, good luck, Elton. And the words were gorgeous, and people were extremely moved at the end. I also felt then people wanted to applaud, because we actually heard people outside applauding, but it wasn't until after Earl Spencer's tribute to his sister that the applause really crashed through the cathedral.
It's a lovely idea that the world outside and the world inside were communicating like that.
It was like a wave of love coming through, and everybody inside, I can tell, were as moved as I was.
Well, Chris de Burgh, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come and talk to us today. Back to you, Trevor, now.
Thank you, Julia. Let's go to the cenotaph now and to our political editor, Mike Brunson. Mike, I suppose the pulse of normal life is returning there?
Yes, it is. Trevor, of course, this is the centre of political power, isn't it? But it has been the most extraordinary experience to stand here with the ordinary people today and to take part in that service, because this street, with all the normally connections with politics and so on, became an open-air abbey during that service, a huge open-air abbey all the way around here. And so 2,000 people in the abbey, 2 million people perhaps in this, what I call the open-air abbey. And it was extraordinary the way that it started with immense grief. As the service began, people were openly crying. I saw one young girl crying and then passing a tissue to an elderly security guard, for example. But I can also bear witness to what happened as being described by earlier comments, because people began then, the mood began to change, and it changed at the end of Elton John's song, because it was out here in the street that they applauded for the first time. Polite, reverential applause, if you like, but an acknowledgement of what Elton John's song had done for them, had given them strength. So that was where the applause had begun. But then, as Earl Spencer began to speak, his tribute out here in Whitehall was applauded no less than 4 times. First, when he said, "We want to thank God for Diana brightening our lives," even though he said God only gave you half a life. But then when he moved on to the part where he was starting to criticize the tabloid press, there was applause at that. First of all, when he said, why is it that they wanted to belittle Diana? Is it because they lack something themselves? It's so baffling. People applauded that. There was even bigger applause, though, when the Earl said that he made his promise to Diana when he said, "We won't allow the boys to suffer the anguish that he had to suffer." That was when the applause, quite spontaneous here, and I'm fascinated to hear that it was also that applause, spontaneous applause, outside the Abbey, which then welled up through the Abbey, so that everybody was applauding at the same time.
Michael Brunston, thank you for those observations. Joining me in the studio now, we have Robert Lacey, of course, who has been talking to us earlier this morning, and Canon Stephen Oliver. Can you give me your impression of the service first, Canon Oliver?
Yes, this was no thin secular send-off, was it? This was a deeply religious service, and I think it was one that from the very moment that you got those great sentences from the prayer book, "I am the resurrection and the life," and so on, the bedrock of Christian faith was there. But it also managed to embrace so many other sensibilities. The moment when Elton John finished singing was one of those poignant moments. The reading that the Prime Minister did, I thought, was just wonderful. I mean, the way in which he captured that and gave it such energy and verve, right the way through to the moment that the Dean finally commended Diana to the care and to the love of God. And then somewhere in there was that very carefully crafted tribute by her brother. Carefully crafted because he started by talking to Diana and gradually moved to talking to her sons and then to the wider world. And I thought that that was one of the most moving things, the comprehensive prayers of the Archbishop, and then that moment when the choir came in after that with London Derriere. I mean, it was just perfectly captured everything that the Archbishop was trying to say.
Robert Lacey, I think this is the point that people are going to remember about the service, or one of the points they're going to remember about the service, the way the Earl Spencer made the point about keeping the boys, he said, duty and so on, fine, but they must also be like their mother. They must also have that touch of the ordinary person. It was quite an extraordinary and pointed point he made there.
Oh, it was the high point, and we've been searching all week for words to express what we feel, and I think if there was one set of words that did it, it was that, and I think actually his secular words, frankly, rather transcended everything else. He knows her better than anybody else. He talked about her intuition. He explained her. He told us new things. He coined these phrases like the constituency of the rejected that she represented, and then that comparison of Diana, the goddess of hunting, who herself was in fact hunted all her life. I felt I could understand that island now up in Northamptonshire where she's heading. I mean, the Spencers gave the girl to us and to the press and to the royal family. The blood family, as he called it. The blood family are taking her back.
The point about that blood family, Canon, as you were saying, is the gap is opening up, though, again. We thought when the Queen appeared and when the princes went out and talked to young people, something of a closing of ranks had been effected. But now, from what the Earl Spencer said, that gap seems to have opened up again a little bit, didn't it?
I think that there were two very interesting things. The moment at which he cracked himself, that you felt that his face was expressing all the agony of the whole nation there, was the moment at which he was handing Diana on into the care and to the love of God. He actually said words very like that. But before that, what he'd done was to put a marker down. He'd actually said that the blood family would take the responsibility that Diana herself had taken for her sons in that particular area of affection and defence and so on.
It seemed aimed at the other family there.
No, I'm sorry to break in, but I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, he made an allusion to hoping the boys would sing, I think it was, or dance. He's clearly immensely proud of what the Spencers have given now, the royal family. I mean, he was talking as a great old English aristocrat, but I wouldn't interpret it as divisive in that sense.
But he was laying the marker down that they would remain with that commitment that Diana had had for her own sons, that would be part of their family responsibility.
As the little boy said, maybe he's the one who's going to take them to Thorpe Park now.
Robert Lacey, Canon Oliver, thank you very much. Let's go to join my colleague Adrian Britton now on Carriage Road. Adrian?
Yes, Trevor, what you can see behind me are the crowds who are leaving Hyde Park, having just watched that service, virtually in tearful silence, all races, creeds and ages. I saw a couple over on the lawn, arms around each other, just crying, particularly when the Elton John song was sung. And I think what everybody feels here, and that is despite the vast numbers who are here, they didn't feel as though they were attending a large-scale, public, solemn occasion. But because of their intense feelings towards the princess, they all felt they were attending a private funeral. Let me just turn to some of them here. So what did you think of the service?
It was excellent, very good, especially the Elton John song. It was very heartbreaking, and they were really well.
What did you think of the Earl Spencer's tribute?
Very good, well put together in such short time, very good.
And the lady to your side, anything in particular which you found particularly moving?
Earl Spencer's speech, that was really moving, yes.
In what way?
I think what he said was exactly how Diana was, and I could understand that, and it moved me.
Let me just move to a lady at your back who are holding flowers. Presumably you're on your way to Kensington Palace.
Yes, I am. I'm on my way to Kensington Palace with some flowers and some poems that the girls at school wrote yesterday. They felt quite touched and moved by the occasion, and I brought them along today to leave them at the palace gates for Prince William and Harry.
And what did you think of the service?
I thought it was excellent. In such a short time, so many moving statements and sentiments came across. I think everyone was feeling the same, and I think what Earl Spencer said and what Elton John sang was superb.
And the lady to your left? Anything in particular which struck you? Anything particularly moving that you found?
Elton John's song. It was Elton John's song.
Elton John's song. Let's just move over here. I mean, more flowers still. I can't imagine that there is a single growing flower left in this country, having seen so many flowers this week. Anything in particular which you found moving?
The speech.
The speech?
Yeah.
You found it quite powerful?
Yeah, and the song also.
Thank you very much. Trevor, that really does sum up the expression of the intense feeling here. With that, I'll hand you back to the studio.
Thank you very much indeed. As we've been saying, the speech, perhaps by Earl Spencer, the speech would transcend a great deal of what was said and heard at that service this morning. Let's just remind ourselves again what the Earl Spencer said.
There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal roles. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister. The unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
And after that speech by Earl Spencer, there was actually applause in Westminster Abbey, and I suppose around the country, as there was also in Hyde Park. We saw it on those monitors. And I think there's some pictures now, helicopter pictures, of the cortege making its way up the M1. Still some way to go to Northampton, but now picking up pace, or having picked up pace. Just a lone hearse on its way to Diana's final resting place. And still you can see the crowds are thinned out a little now, but still people on the motorway. Not something which is usually allowed by the police, but still people on the motorway paying their final respects, and on those bridges overlooking parts of the motorway. All the cars on the other side of the road have stopped. Some perhaps have been stopped by police, but others are doing it just out of respect. People are running across the bridges to get a better view. Let's now, from those pictures, go to Dermot Monaghan at our Buckingham Palace studio, perhaps picking up on that point about Earl Spencer's speech. First of all, the press and the other comments he made. Dermot?
Yes, indeed, Trevor. I'm joined by Penny Junor, the royal biographer, and Ash Wyndham, a former equerry to the Queen. Penny Junor, Earl Spencer clearly did strike a chord with the people, as Trevor said there. There was applause in Westminster Abbey. We heard the applause ourselves outside Buckingham Palace.
Yes, I must say I was disappointed by his speech, by his address. The service had been so moving and so filled with love and warmth and shared grief, and suddenly, he was so angry, and I understand his anger, but for me it injected a very sour note in what had been a very beautiful service.
Ash Wyndham, how do you feel that the royal family will have reacted to the Earl's speech?
I think they would have understood the sentiment behind it. I think the service itself was a wonderfully crafted bit of work, and combining the ancient and the modern. I think it did great justice to Diana, Princess of Wales.
The whole day, the whole occasion really reflected that, didn't it? The formal mixing very easy with the informal. Did it really show that royal protocol can evolve and adapt and meet the people's needs and requirements?
Absolutely. We've only got to look behind us now, and you'll see the Union Jack is still flying at half-mast from the standard at Buckingham Palace. The Royal Standard has not yet been put up. I'm sure that that is a good indication of how the Queen and the remainder of the royal family feel about this.
Penny Junor, just reflecting further on the Earl's address there, that's accommodation almost that he sketched out between the royal family and the Spencer family about bringing up the young princes William and Harry. Do you think that can actually work?
Well, I think the Prince of Wales will do a very good job in bringing up his sons, and I think that was another sort of unnecessarily sour note, I thought, to suggest that it would be her family who would perhaps take over and do the things with them which Diana had wanted for them, which seemed to be as though they were incompatible with the sort of things that the royal family would do with them. If this is how he's feeling, I just don't think now is the moment to say it.
Well, Ash Wyndham, one thing was glaringly obvious about the whole day was the way those young princes conducted themselves behind their mother's coffin. Extraordinary decorum and bearing there.
Yeah, it's very brave. Young Prince Harry is slightly out of step with the rest, not quite matching his father's footsteps.
Almost eager to get it over and done with, perhaps.
Yes, a pace or two ahead on many occasions. It must have been a very grueling ordeal, and one which they're still going through.
And sorry.
No, I was going to say that being slightly out of step and walking a bit too quickly reminded me very much of the Princess of Wales's first tour of Wales, after the marriage, which was her first walkabout, really, as Princess of Wales. And she was very like that, walking slightly too fast and getting out of step and being all legs and eager. And clearly he was, totally different circumstances. But it was
still a memory to treasure.
A memory to treasure.
Penny Junor, Ash Wyndham, thank you both very much.
Dermot Monaghan at our Buckingham Palace studio. The focus of the service was, of course, at Westminster Abbey, but there were people in Hyde Park watching the service, following every moment of it on those huge screens, and they made an incredible picture. Let's go now to Joe Andrews, who is at Hyde Park Corner.
Most of the people here are now leaving silently and quite quietly. A number of people who spent all night here, in fact, have been catching up with some sleep on the lawns in the sunshine. But 3 people who listened to all of that service are with me now. 3 young people who came this morning from Croydon. Becca, what did you think of the service?
I thought it was brilliant. I especially liked Earl Spencer's speech and Elton John's song, With Me Best.
When you grow up, what will you tell your own children about today? What's the thing you're going to remember most of all?
Just how everyone was in touch with each other and like helping each other, like the younger children getting to the front and that. I just thought it was wicked.
And next to Becca is Louis. Louis, where did you come from this morning?
Come all the way from Croydon.
And what did you think of the service?
I thought that the service was superb and that everyone loves Diana very much, and my favourite bit was the national anthem.
Why?
It was so touching to my heart.
What's the bit that you're going to remember most?
The national anthem.
And next to Louis is Marsha. Marsha, what about you? What did you think of it?
It was really nice, and everyone was like paying their respects coming down here and that. My best part was Elton John's song. Everyone stood up and paid their respect and clapped and that.
Do you feel that it's helped you, this service?
Yeah, she'll always be remembered.
How would you like to remember her best?
Just, don't know, just as a loving person, friendly, and everyone loved her.
Thank you. Trevor, back to you.
Joe Andrews with some young people talking about this morning's memorable service. And one of the most memorable aspects of it, the one that people talk about for a long time, was that revised version of the old Elton John classic, Candle in the Wind. Let's remind ourselves what it sounded like.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hill. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
Elton John, he was singing there Goodbye English Rose, although we thought the word should be Goodbye England's Rose. More pictures now from the cortege making its way up the motorway. Seems to have slowed down a bit now. 3 police cars in attendance behind. As you heard, the royal princes are in fact, the young princes are in fact making their way there to the Spencer estate by the royal train. The hearse is going up on the motorway virtually on its own. Outriders and police protection officers. And again, the crowds surge forward. I think it was known that on the streets of North London there'll be hundreds of thousands of people. But I wonder whether anybody anticipated how many there might be on the motorway. And the applause that we heard earlier in London this morning, again. And the crowd seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. Just about to lose sight of it now, fading away into the distance on its way up to the Spencer estate. Back here in the studio, Ken and Stephen Oliver, Dean of St. Paul's, and Robert Lacey. Ken and Oliver, first of all, we talked a lot about the service. Can I just take you back to some moments before the service actually begun? Those shots of the Queen with her head bowed as the coffin passed Buckingham Palace. All the members of the royal family, or so many members of the royal family, standing there.
Quite unprecedented. I mean, we'd never seen pictures like that before, and I think that the comment was made that around the world people will be looking at those pictures and thinking that that was fairly normal, but for us it wasn't. It was an astonishing picture of royal humility.
And give us a sense, in your words, of what you thought the significance of that was.
I think that that was royal humility. I think that that was the royal family bowing before the truth of what Diana had meant
to the people of this country and making some symbolic gesture that was very powerful. Once we'd gone on just beyond that, and the royal princes and Prince Charles and Prince Philip joined that cortege going towards the Abbey, there wasn't a dry eye in the house here, I have to say, that there were people weeping openly. And I think that that speaks volumes as to the power of that particular moment leading up to the service.
Yes, they were all gathered there. And then, of course, Robert Lacey, as the canon said, the poignancy of the princes and the Duke of Edinburgh walking along with them. And occasionally you could see the old Spencer, or the father, Prince Charles, occasionally comforting one of the boys. What must have been an extraordinary ordeal for them.
Yes, it was a very important symbolic act, because it's well known that in the conflicts within the family, the Duke of Edinburgh has been particularly on the other side when it came to some of the arguments. I like the naturalness of it, the fact that the royal family just came out of their house, as it were. It was an echo of yesterday, when the Queen turned up at Buckingham Palace gates and sort of stopped and said, goodness, what's been going on here? Sort of an acknowledgement of having been out of touch, but moved and wanting to participate in getting
This in fact was where there was that intersection between what one would consider sort of royal protocol and the kind of life that Diana actually lived and what she came to represent.
Yes, exactly. And if people take offence at what Lord Spencer said, it's because I think that's the sort of speech that Diana herself would have given. The sort of speech that might have offended some people, but which really captured her essence.
Canon, we talked about it before, but are you happy with Elton John singing in one of your great churches?
I'm more than happy. I have said so all week. The amazing thing about Elton John is that you read words like that, and on the page they don't seem to be particularly profound or moving. But put it with his music, and in a context like a great abbey or a cathedral with its resonances and those great crowds of people, and all of a sudden it is very powerful. And it's powerful in a religious sense, I think. It reaches to the very depths of what human beings are feeling. And I think it worked brilliantly, particularly where it came at that particular moment.
I thought the Archbishop was particularly interesting because he took the care and trouble to mention the other person who died, or one of the other people who died in this crash, Dodi Al-Fayed.
Yes, he mentioned both, actually. He mentioned Dodi and the driver. And I think that was a very sensitive thing to do. And there was a point later on in the prayers where he acknowledged all sorts of things that were going on. He wasn't on script, as it were, at that point. He was praying from the heart, and I think that came through. You could see by the way in which people were bowing their heads in the park and outside the Abbey, the way that they were singing. I suspect they were singing the hymns better outside the Abbey than they were in, to be honest. But you could see in which the way in which everybody was together in that service, and it was a very real and deep religious moment for them.
Canon, for the moment, thank you very much. Robert Lacey, for the moment, thank you. As the funeral car makes its way north, Tim Hewitt is in Northamptonshire at the village of Duston, near Althorpe Park. Tim?
Yes, Trevor, we've been here since early this morning watching the crowds gather. It was very quiet at the beginning of the day here. Most people stayed indoors to watch the funeral on television. But as you can see now, behind me, a very large crowd indeed is building up. And this crowd all the way down the road to Althorpe Park, where the Princess, very privately, is going to be buried. Carrying the Princess's body will pass down this road, we think, in about 1 hour's time. Now, I'm joined here in the crowd by somebody who remembers Princess Diana very well, Betty Andrew, housekeeper and a cook at Althorpe Park for many years. Betty, this must have been a difficult afternoon for you.
Well, it has been very emotional. I watched the service this morning and the tears didn't come until the minute's silence, and then they did come.
What are your memories of Diana?
Well, I knew her from when she was 14, and she was a very quiet, typical teenager. She was a really lovely girl. She looked after her brother when he came home from school. She did the ordinary things that a teenager did. I mean, she loved dancing, swimming. She used to come into the kitchen and help me cook when I was cook there.
And to eat as well, I think.
Oh, yes, definitely. They all used to come in. They used to drop the luggage in the front hall, just raise the larder.
events have taken obviously an extraordinary turn since those days. I know that you listened to the speech this afternoon of Earl Spencer. What were your reactions to that? Because he had some very strong things to say, didn't he?
Yes, but I think I believed everything he said, because I think that was what he thought, and I think that's what I thought as well. It was a really lovely speech.
Good. Betty, thank you very much. So we're expecting, Trevor, once again the hearse carrying the Princess to pass by here very soon. This road will be closed. Mourners will line this route for the couple of miles to Althorpe. We expect that to happen in about 1 hour's time.
Tim Hewitt in Northamptonshire. Let's look now at an excerpt from this morning's extraordinary procession. Pictures there from the procession this morning featuring two things. One, the princes walking behind their mother's coffin, and then the charities behind. There were so many people from the charities who marched behind the coffin down to Westminster Abbey. Dermot Monaghan can now tell us a little bit about how the service was organised with the help of his two guests. Dermot?
Yes, indeed, Trevor. I'm joined by Colonel Andrew Parsons, an expert in ceremony, and former Deputy Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Jim Sewell, who helped police the royal wedding back in 1981. Colonel Parsons, just looking at those scenes there of the young boys lining up behind the coffin of their mother with the Duke of Edinburgh, with Earl Spencer and with Prince Charles. And then the people involved in all the charities milling in behind. There it was. There was the mixture between the ceremonial and the informal.
Wasn't it done beautifully? And the planning beforehand was obviously of key importance. And then Colonel Alexander Matheson, Brigade Major at Headquarters Household Division, was the Chief Marshal, and he had 6 assistants, I think, who steered that informal part of the procession in behind the royal princes to go on down the Mall, and just made sure that that flowed smoothly and kept up to time and so on. And I thought it was done with real tact and skill, very quietly and very effectively, so that the full impact of that quite unique procession came across very well indeed.
Just reflecting for a moment on the very formal part of that ceremony, didn't those young soldiers from the 1st Battalion of the Welsh Guards do very well in that heat, in those uniforms, over that distance?
I thought they were quite outstanding. We have a professional army that we're rightly very proud of, but they produced a near perfect performance throughout, and you're quite right. They had a long, long march in really very warm weather, and then the most taxing part of the day, taking the coffin up through the Abbey, came with absolutely no respite at all for them. And we saw just from what the weight of the coffin was like, what effort they had to put into it. I think one must also pay tribute to the King's Troop as well. I just noticed at the very beginning of the procession that 1 or 2 of the horses were fidgety, not fractious, but fidgety, and their outstanding horsemanship soon got them to relax, and by the time they came to Buckingham Palace and from then on, they were perfect, as near to perfect as you can be.
Deputy Assistant Commissioner Jim Sewell, you of course helped police the royal wedding in 1981. Very different circumstances, of course, today, but are the numbers similar?
I think there was probably more than at the royal wedding. I understand from colleagues they're saying about 1.5 million people. That may be extended if you think the people we've seen on the television en route to the M1 and Althorpe. So the number could extend from that.
But the police must have had one of the easiest jobs in the world. The rapport with the crowd there. I saw one policeman picking up flowers from someone in the crowd to throw them in front of the hearse. Someone had clearly asked him to do that.
Yes, I had the opportunity to speak with some of the officers, and I agree with what they said, that I have never known such an occasion when there has been so much quiet and reverence, and really the police's job was done for them by the impeccable behaviour of the crowd, which was expected, of course. But what I also thought was really wonderful was the obvious rapport between the police and the public, and you have amply illustrated one of the things that we saw. We also saw as well, when Elton John was singing, some of the officers were greatly affected and actually sobbing and shedding a tear over that as well.
Jim Sewell, Colonel Parsons, thank you very much indeed. Now back to you, Trevor.
Dermot, an indication of some of the planning that went in to Diana's funeral. It's been said again and again that the funeral was the people's funeral, not official and certainly not state. ITN's John Draper has been talking to just a few of the millions who, in their own way, took part today.
First light at Westminster Abbey, and for the thousands who spent the night there, the long wait was coming to an end. Many had endured considerable discomfort to be there to say their final goodbyes to the Princess. But they were glad to be part of a shared experience of people coming together to demonstrate their deep feelings for Diana, Princess of Wales.
Couldn't miss it. I just thought the world of her, and it's a great loss. She's a great loss to us, and there'll never be a replacement.
Why is it special to be sharing the day with all these other people?
She was special. Right? I just wanted to come pay my respects to Diana. She was such a beautiful woman. She cared about lots of other people, including her own children.
But it was only when the cortege made its way through central London, here at Buckingham Palace, taking the People's Princess on her final journey, that the Princess's people began fully to take in their loss.
I didn't realise that I'd feel as bad as I actually did when it was past. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't help but cry when she came back.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so simple, the casket, the flowers on the casket, very appropriate for her.
This was a royal funeral, but the people's wishes were respected. The Union flag flew for the first time ever at Buckingham Palace. As it was lowered to half-mast, the people showed their appreciation. Tens of thousands watched the funeral and the service on massive screens in Hyde Park. Elton John reflected their feelings.
And it seems to me you live your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's green tears. Your candles burn out wonderful. Your legend never will.
At the Abbey, the service was also relayed. The Earl Spencer's tribute striking a chord with those outside.
We want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult.
As inside the Abbey, they broke into spontaneous applause. At Harrods, a few miles away, the minute's silence which ended the service had particular poignancy. As the mourners left Westminster Abbey, one of the Princess's advisors summed up the thoughts of many.
If only things had been different, what a queen we would.
She didn't become queen, but she'll always be the people's princess. John Draper, ITN.
One of the charities for which the Princess worked so tirelessly was the British Red Cross. One of the officials of that charity is talking now to Julia Sumter. Julia?
Yes, indeed. I have with me Dr. Frank Riding of the British Red Cross. Dr. Riding, you were here as a representative of the charities who played such an important part in today's service. Did the service as a whole live up to your expectations?
Oh yes, I think so. I mean, I'm a fairly hard-bitten individual and nothing gets through to me, but this did. It was really very emotional. I think the thing that surprised me actually was the fact that we were all there together. I mean, I was literally a few seats away from the royal family. Tony Blair was facing me, and I always thought we'd be probably put somewhere at the back, but we weren't. We were members of almost one big family, really, and that surprised me and delighted me. I think that was very appropriate.
It was appropriate, and it was, I'm sure, in keeping with what are perceived as the Princess's wishes, that her charity work in particular should be one of the things that she's remembered for. Now, you were very connected to her campaign against landmines. Did you find that she was as involved and as well informed as other people have found with their charity work?
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, I've worked with Red Cross surgical hospitals for a long time, and I think that what she achieved in a very short time of her support for landmine victims did far more than I could ever have hoped to achieve in 18 years of work, and for that I'm very humbled and in fact very grateful. And I think that even after her death today, I think her influence is actually living on. That's not dead at all. That's going to continue, and I think I'll always be grateful for that.
Do you feel, after having been through the service today, a sense of catharsis, or do you think the general feeling that's left, particularly after Lord Spencer's speech, is one of a rather troubled atmosphere?
I thought it was very impressive, and I think everyone else felt that. The ripple of applause, which I gathered started outside the cathedral, we could hear it coming through the nave slowly, and all the people in the actual abbey itself taking part of the service took up this applause, and it sort of, the atmosphere from outside was actually shared inside, which I thought was very strange, but again very moving.
I think the silence was also one of the qualities, particularly at the beginning and the end of the service, and certainly outside here, although there were thousands and thousands of people, everybody was absolutely rapt with attention, listening to what we could hear on the speakers. Inside the church, it must have been even more impressive.
Oh, it was absolutely. The atmosphere was very quiet and very dignified, which I think was something that was deserved by Diana. At the same time, this achievement of mixing the modern and the traditional, which I think was one of the aims of the people who organised it, I think that came off incredibly well. I certainly felt it, and certainly the Red Cross people I was with felt that as well.
And of course, it was a perfect summary of a princess such as Diana, wasn't it?
Absolutely. It was, and very eerie things took place, like when the two sisters were doing the readings, and I felt a lot of people felt this as well. They looked in a way a bit like Diana, and their voices sounded a little bit Diana. That was very strange and a little bit disturbing in a way, and yet moving, because you could almost feel that it was Princess Diana herself who was actually saying these words, and that was another effect which I felt very moving. The whole thing, I thought, was done very well, and it was just what was needed at this time.
Dr. Frank Riding, thank you very much indeed for that. Back to you now, Trevor.
Thanks, Julia. You're watching a specially extended coverage of the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. As you know, we're waiting for the hearse carrying the princess's body to arrive at Althorpe Park for the private family burial. We think that should happen about 3 o'clock or at about 3:15. And then later this afternoon, we'll rebroadcast this morning's procession and the service at Westminster Abbey. We'll show you that at around 3:30 for anyone who's just coming in. In the meantime, my guest, Hugo Vickers, rejoins us. Robert Lacey's here. Hugo Vickers, was there any discussion at all about that very moving, silent journey of the coffin from Kensington Palace down to the Abbey? People threw flowers, but at the beginning there was a marvellous, solemn silence about it.
Yes, I think that's one of the many spontaneous things that's happened in the course of the last week. And I think that they were obviously very anxious that it shouldn't be in any sense of really a military procession with the normal bands and sort of drums and things like that. So I think that already in a way inspired a certain silence. I mean, again, of course, we did notice a little sort of bit of, in a sense, some wailing almost at the beginning, and I thought that might take over. But I think in a way this kind of very silent this solemn clapping, which is evidently a French thing, was also rather moving. I think that worked very well.
You said that, of course, I mean, it was silent and it was solemn, and that was probably very much Diana, Princess of Wales. But then the contrast came with the fact that the cortege went through these rather pompous arcades and redolent of history and power and privilege and sort of institutionalized.
That's right. You went past the Albert Memorial and the Wellington's Memorial and his house. And she was going into history, wasn't she? And we're all part of history. And her own particular characteristics will be lent to that. The thing I particularly liked was the way in which the coffin, as it went through the doors of the Abbey, the clock struck 11. And I'd wondered, why are we starting at 8 minutes past 9?
Precision.
Marvellous British precision, which is just what the Queen had asked for the night before.
She would have been very pleased about the number of people from the variety of various interests who turned up there. It was a panorama of her life in one respect.
It certainly was, and you know, all through this week we've been amazed, I think, by the amount of flowers, but were we not also astonished when we first saw Hyde Park? We've talked about a carpet of flowers. I mean, the whole of Hyde Park was covered. I mean, that's just completely astounding. Everybody wanted to be there together to watch those screens, those that couldn't see the procession, and to take part of it. It's got a tremendous spirit of unity, really.
Because,
well, just one other thing. I just wanted to say, the memory of those boys walking with their father. I thought that was a few good points for the stiff upper lip and British stoicism that's been rather rubbished, perhaps, in the past week. But I think it's what actually everybody expected, and everybody feels the better for having seen.
Robert Lacey, Hugh Vickers, for the moment, thank you very much. We've been talking about individual moments about what we saw this morning, but for a brief roundup of the highlights of the morning, here's Hugh Pym.
All night they'd waited, and as the coffin at last left Kensington Palace, the grief of some in the crowd was plain. The coffin borne on the gun carriage of the Royal Horse Artillery, the bearer party from the Welsh Guards. Thousands packing every inch of this extended route. But apart from the sound of the horses' hooves, the procession was watched in almost total silence. At Westminster Abbey, those invited to the funeral were arriving from the world of entertainment: Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg. From the world of politics, Lady Thatcher among former Prime Ministers, and Hillary Clinton. And then Mohammed Al Fayed, grieving both for Diana and his eldest son. As the cortege neared Buckingham Palace, the Queen, Princess Margaret and other members of the royal family waited and watched. And then the most poignant of moments, the two young princes would be joining the procession for its final stage. Prince William and Prince Harry, their father alongside, with Earl Spencer and the Duke of Edinburgh. More than 500 representatives of Diana's charities processing slowly behind them. And as they moved through from Horse Guards Parade to Whitehall, there was a touch of reassurance for Prince Harry from his uncle. And at last they reached the Abbey, exactly as planned, a few minutes before 11, for this essentially private service, which was to be at the same time a uniquely public occasion. No fanfares, no trumpets and drums, but a mix of traditional and popular, chosen to reflect the character and spirit of Diana.
Goodbye, England's road. May you well grow in our hearts. You were the greatest place to set where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, England's road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know.
And so to the tribute to Diana, Princess of Wales, by the Earl Spencer, with strong words for the media who he said had hounded his sister.
Of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting, was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age.
And the young princes, Prince Charles and members of the Spencer family arriving there, they arrived by royal train at Long Buckby. And from there, from the cars which are positioned there, we imagine that they will have a short drive to the Spencer family estate at Northamptonshire. Just got those pictures in. Long Buckby is the station. Live these pictures are. The princes and the Spencers, Prince Charles included, just arrived. A fleet of cars there to take them all to the Spencer estate, where everything will be private. It's a very short journey from London. Of course, while they're there, the hearse is still making its way, so there'll be some time before the hearse arrives at the Spencer estate. But no doubt the princes, Prince Charles, members of the Spencer family, will be getting into those cars very shortly and moving off and heading up to the estate. Not very short, not very long a journey from there. So Robert Lacey, the princes reuniting with the cortege now in Northamptonshire. Yes. This is going to be the final private aspect of today's very public event.
Yes, going home, reclaimed, once again returning to Lord Spencer's speech. Everybody seems to be dwelling on the contentious things he said, but it was really very, I thought, a human speech, talking about...
He'd be very satisfied with his performance today.
Yes, and I felt satisfied listening to it. I felt finally everything had been said. The anger had been expressed, but the family feelings had been expressed as well. The human emotions had been worked through.
Peter Vickers, your views?
Yes, I mean, there's absolutely no question about it that Lord Spencer was speaking the truth.
There are people, as you can see, people applauding again. It seems to become rather the custom from this morning. My colleague John Souchet said earlier that it's a French custom, but there they were doing it too in Northamptonshire.
Yes, they picked that up, and it is must be very emotional for the people of Northamptonshire as they reclaim.
Are the Spencers very close to the people there?
Well, they've been there for a very long time, and they have taken a big part in Northamptonshire life, and particularly
we're off those pictures now, and we interrupted the speech by the Earl Spencer, to bring you those pictures, which we're just getting in. Let's return now to what he actually said this morning.
Of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister. The unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
In another extraordinary break with tradition, applause slowly swelled around Westminster Abbey. Finally, the minute's silence. The hearse then left the Abbey to begin its journey to Northamptonshire. Applause among the thousands lining the Mall. Many throwing flowers as their final tribute to Diana. Cue him, ITN.
We've just heard that the police estimate there were 1 million people in London this morning following the proceedings at Westminster Abbey. 1 million people coming out in tribute to Diana, Princess of Wales. Joe Andrews is in Hyde Park. Joe, give us a sense of what was going on there this morning as the service was being conducted at Westminster.
There were literally thousands of people here. Most of them were listening in silence, and I guess that here too the applause started for Earl Spencer's speech long before it became heard inside Westminster Abbey. But the numbers of people I've spoken to here who say yes, the Earl Spencer speech will remain with them. But I think what will also remain with people here is the silent sight of that coffin coming up Carriage Drive. Most people here were able to see it for 10 to 15 minutes in complete silence. All I heard then were people beginning to cry, and it was a truly extraordinary thing.
You were right close up to the route. It must have been very moving.
It was very moving. People were very tired by that stage. A lot of them had been here all night. I was here until about midnight last night, spoke to some of the people. They did have some rain during the night, but they were completely determined that they would stay here until they saw the coffin. One of them said to me that he wouldn't believe that she was dead until he had seen with his own eyes the cortege come past him.
Mike Brunson talked earlier, he was talking from the cenotaph, about the friendliness which seemed to have evolved over these many hours and days among the people. Did you see evidence of that there?
Certainly, yes. Children were pushed to the front very gently. I was at St James's earlier this week and I was completely struck by that. Marlborough Road became impassable at times, and yet no one complained, no one tried to push through other people. They made way for the younger, they made way for the older. Nobody said anything grumpy to each other. They were just extraordinarily gentle, and there was a great dignity in that, as there was here today.
And of course the other thing we mentioned, and we've kept mentioning throughout the days now, ever since the tragedy of Diana's death, no need for any kind of crowd control. All these people who were signing books of condolences, all these people queuing for hours outside the royal palaces to place their floral tributes, no need for control. The policemen were there, the policewomen were there, but just standing back, helping the crowd to express what they wanted to.
Yes, the policeman who was standing beside us said that he had been at Winston Churchill's funeral, and he had been down, I think it was 3 o'clock in the morning. He said he'd gone down to the Thames and he'd nearly frozen to death. And he stood beside us and talked about it. And a lot of the children who were here, for whom this was the most important day of their lives, were able to listen to him talking about what for him up until today had been a very big day.
Joe, the other thing we picked up was that they themselves, the policemen, were very strangely moved. Not that they're incapable of expressing these human emotions, but we don't always see them in that light.
No,
we see them doing a very tough job. But I looked at some of the pictures this morning, and they themselves were very moved, weren't they?
There was a very large bearded inspector who was standing in the middle of the road, and at one stage he got out his handkerchief, wiped both of his eyes, took his hat off and blew his nose and then put it back on again. And it was just the same for the police. They were standing round the cameras afterwards saying that that was quite extraordinary, that they had never seen anything like it, and that they were moved just like ordinary people.
And is anything of normal life returning now to Hyde Park there?
Yes, as you can see behind me, the flowers are still being laid down. People are still coming to read the messages. Interestingly, on these flowers, some of the messages are not for Diana, but in fact for the two princes, commending their performance today, telling them how much people here love them. There are other people who, as I say, have been here all night, who are taking the chance to catch up on some sleep. So they've got the sleeping bags back out and the pillows, and they've just fallen asleep in the sunshine here. They've seen what they came to see. Perhaps now they'll begin to believe it.
Joe, thank you very much. Let's go to join Adrian Britton now in Knightsbridge. Adrian?
Yes, Trevor, it was interesting to hear you say a few minutes ago about the police estimate on the number of people who came to London. Because though people have come from all over the country, there are many people who came here today from overseas. Some indeed perhaps were tourists who came last week and then suddenly found themselves caught up in the tragic events of the week. With me is a gentleman from Canada. I mean, from an overseas perspective, what did you think of the service?
I thought it was very touching, and it was special to be in Hyde Park to participate in it.
What did you think of Earl Spencer's speech? Many people have said today that it was very, very forceful.
I thought so. It's difficult living overseas to really understand how the situation was here. But for me, perhaps some of it would be better suited at another time.
You think it was inappropriate?
Yes, I do, yes.
Two ladies here from the United States. From an overseas perspective, anything in particular which you found particularly moving?
I felt that the calm was moving. The many people in one place was probably the most special.
When you were there, when you were watching the service on those large screens at Hyde Park, very, very quickly, what was the feeling like? Any particular emotion that came to mind when Elton John was singing his song?
When Elton sadness. It was extremely sad. It was a beautiful song, though. I loved it. The words were perfect. I think he did a wonderful job.
Thank you very much indeed for talking to me. With that, back to you, Trevor.
Adrian Britton in Knightsbridge. And now someone who has had a very close, a very important role in the life of Diana, Princess of Wales. Lord Richard Attenborough, we understand, actually gave her coaching lessons about speaking. He's talking now to Julia Somerville. Julia?
Yes, indeed. Well, Lord Attenborough, you are known, I hope you won't mind me saying, as a man who shows your emotions. I think today was a day when everybody involved, whether they were outside the church watching on television or inside the church, could not help but show their emotions. It was that sort of occasion, wasn't it?
It was. It was unique. It was extraordinary. I thought the service as such was so wonderfully adjudged. The two sisters' readings, El Spencer's address, which was courageous and outspoken and critical in some degree. I felt Elton sang as only Elton can. And Cum Ronda and the Prime Minister's reading of Faith, Hope and Charity. I mean, I thought that was just wonderful, marvellous.
And as someone who knew the princess for a very long time and, if you like, helped bring her forward, made her into the swan that she became, did you feel that poignancy about her came through? I'm very sorry, they want us to go back now. Back to you, Trevor.
And I'm sorry we had to interrupt Julia Somerville there and Lord Attenborough, but we have some pictures which suggest that the cortege is now arriving, or the royal family, I'm sorry, arriving at Althorpe. Procession of cars. I'm joined by our royal correspondent, Nicholas Owen, who's joined us in the studio. Nick, here are the pictures
yes,
just coming in.
Getting more formal again in a way, Trevor, isn't it? A cavalcade of those large motor cars.
Yes.
Associates with royalty and top people generally, compared with a sort of informality, really, one might almost say.
But still a sprinkling of people on the sidelines, and look at the bouquets outside the Spencer estate, the entrance to the Spencer estate.
As the royal family, the princes, sweep in through the gates for what we know is to be a private, strictly private burial service, Earl Spencer has made it clear that they do not wish the world's cameras to see the final interment of the Princess of Wales, and I think there is nobody at all who would begrudge him that wish.
I think those are the last images. That convoy now goes, and let's go back now to Julia Somerville with apologies for interrupting the noble Lord Attenborough.
Thank you indeed. Well, the noble Lord Attenborough very graciously agreed to stay on. I was just really raising with you the fact that you had known Diana as, you know, a young girl, really, which is what she was when she came on the scene. You gave her help in a number of ways, and at the end, you must have felt you had helped produce a real swan.
Oh, I couldn't possibly take that credit. No. My assistance was really about speaking and microphones and so on. The one thing that I do take pride in happened quite latterly, which of course was the landmines campaign, which I helped to persuade her to take on board, as it were, not merely to deal with it, as she did with quite a number of other charities, quite privately, that this really did need to be said, and said loudly. A certain amount of the establishment were very cruel to her and condemned her for, they said, moving out of the area where the establishment and the royal family ought to be. But I disagree profoundly. In fact, I believe there's the possibility that the Landmines Conference in Oslo, the treaty, if it's signed, may be called the Princess Diana Treaty. And that she did. There's no question whatsoever. Around the world, she made that possible. You made a remark earlier, which I thought was marvellous, Julia. If one wanted to say anything about her, what she wanted to do, particularly for her sons, was to make them aware of the outside world, not live in that ring-fenced atmosphere of establishment where nothing, it's red carpets and public arrivals and procedures and so on. She wanted them to know about the cruelty and the hardship and the deprivation and the unfashionable things. And you said just now how wonderful it was. But when Earl Spencer finished his address, it was from outside that the approval came. And sitting in the Abbey and hearing that applause begin outside and then move all the way down the nave until the whole congregation were applauding with such affection and respect and awareness of what she's contributed. I thought it was an extraordinary and unique occasion.
Talking about that side of Diana and her desire to make sure that the princess grew up with her values, what did you make of Lord Spencer making this very clear declaration that he and the Spencer family were going to take those princes over in that respect? They were going to make sure that they fulfilled that function in their lives.
She believed in that passionately, and I think it would have been heartbreaking if Earl Spencer had not been as outspoken as he was. The family adored her, as millions and millions of other people did. And I think that what she stood for and the contribution that she's made, I mean, it was very revealing, wasn't it? You know this more than I, because you do all this sort of commentary on national events and so on. The fact that the Queen did not record her speech, and the fact that she spoke live and said, we must not forget what Princess Diana did and stood for, we shall remember, etc. Now that happened, I think, in large measure because of the scale of the public determination to recognize what she did. And I think Earl Spencer is a very determined man, and if he calls on people like me very humbly to do whatever we can, we will do anything he asks.
Lord Attenborough, thank you very much indeed, and thanks for your patience in sticking with us. Back to you now, Trevor.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you, Lord Attenborough. Nicholas Owen, our royal correspondent, as I said, has joined me now. He's sitting alongside Hugo Vickers. Nick, what are your impressions, overall impressions of the day?
I suppose it's much as it's been all this week, really, Trevor, that nothing was predictable. Everything was surprising. We knew Elton John was going to sing, but we didn't really know whether that was going to go well. It could have been a little embarrassing, frankly, but it wasn't. It was fantastic. We didn't know quite who would walk behind the coffin, and there was the Duke of Edinburgh, the grandfather of William and Harry, determined to show, obviously extremely from the heart, that family were absolutely united in supporting those two boys. I didn't expect to hear applause on the London streets like that in the way that we heard it. I didn't expect to see flowers hurled at the hearses that went by. I didn't expect all sorts of things about the day. That's really the point. So many set pieces we were ready for, so much about it we couldn't possibly have been ready for, and we all share across the whole country, across the whole world, in this sort of spontaneous reaction to things.
When it actually happened, I heard you exclaim almost about the members of the royal family, senior members of the royal family, coming and standing outside Buckingham Palace. We usually see them on the balcony. They'd come down to the people's level, almost to Diana's level at that moment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There they stood, just a sort of family group. The Duchess of York, you notice, was in that group. And
yes.
Of course, you know, she is divorced from the Duke of York, and so emphasizing really that at times of grief, at times of when death strikes, families do thankfully come together. And there was that family together on parade in public grieving.
Now, Hugo, we understood that they most of them spent the night last night at Buckingham Palace, which reinforces the point that Nicholas Owen is making, that at times of national crisis, this family has the capacity to bind together perhaps as no one else.
Yes, it does. I think that the criticism of the family earlier in the week was very unkind, because I'm sure that the point's been made now that what the Queen was trying to do was to give strength to her two grandchildren so that they could face today's ordeal, and it would seem, would it not, that that was entirely successful, that they had the strength in those few tranquil days all together quietly at Balmoral to come down and to perform so splendidly in public as they did.
You say unjustified, but do you think some of all the scenes we saw today, including the one I just mentioned about the family coming down would have happened had there not been some element of disquiet? Do you think that would have occurred?
No, I don't think it would have occurred. I think you're quite right. I think the element of disquiet is this, but I think also that the palace and the Queen have responded tremendously quickly all throughout the week. If you wind the clock back to last weekend, it's very hard to put things into perspective now.
Sure.
The Princess was so much a member of the Spencer family. I mean, we almost forget that they were divorced. The royal family would have been very, very sensitive to the idea that they would not wish in any way to exploit this or to move too fast, too forward in a situation which had other family elements in it. And I think they waited, and I think the disquiet was expressed quite fiercely, but then it was responded to, and I hope that at the end of the day the response was seen to be, we said we want the Queen to come, and the Queen came, and I hope that it will be seen that. And she did some more spontaneous things, incidentally, today. Do you notice perhaps that she stepped forward in the Abbey and placed a wreath in front of the coffin herself? She didn't do that for Lord Mountbatten.
No.
In those days,
right.
The formalities were observed.
That's right. Well, perhaps this breaking of protocol, this breaking of the formal way of doing things might be a lasting influence.
Well, it might.
Just perhaps.
It might be a lasting influence, but I think I'd go back to what was said again. This is a unique funeral for a unique person.
Hugo Vickers, Nicholas Owen, for the time being, thank you very much. Of course, hundreds of thousands of people have travelled to London today from around the country. But in cities, towns and villages throughout Britain, people held their own services to mark the Princess's funeral. And of course, people across the land stopped whatever they were doing when the service ended to observe the 1-minute silence. ITN's Robert Hall looks now at how a nation remembered.
United in grief. In every square, in every street, the nation paid its respects and said its farewells. Shops and businesses shuttered. The country's transport arteries deserted. Heathrow Airport, rarely still, had halted all flights to mark the Princess's passing. A lament at a crossroads of the world. And in Belfast, a city with so many tragic stories, daily life was frozen as they shared another family's loss. On the platforms at Sheffield, journeys set aside, thoughts far away. Far to the west, the toll booths on Plymouth's Tamar Bridge closed to what little traffic remained. Those who could had gathered at their parish churches. Many hundreds watched this last journey amongst a worldwide television audience. This was perhaps the simplest tribute of all. For a few brief moments, distance didn't matter. The whole country stood there with the mourners at Westminster. They stopped, they bowed their heads, they remembered. In Cardiff Cathedral, Welsh voices raised for their princess. The silence broken, the moment passed. But this had been a day when every person in every corner of Britain could make their promise never to forget.
And I'm told now we have some helicopter shots of the hearse making its way to the Spencer estate. My colleague John Suchet is looking at them.
Well, those in a moment, but first these shots from London, from our helicopter over Kensington Palace in Hyde Park. The sea of white in the middle, it looks like a lake, doesn't it? It's actually all the bouquets that have been laid along the gates that form the entrance to Kensington Palace. They make the form of a cross down the broad avenue and the path across the top. And there are hundreds of thousands of bouquets there, all with personal messages. One wonders what will happen to them. One hopes that the messages will perhaps be scooped up and given to Princes William and Harry to keep forever. The crowd's still there in huge numbers, looking at the flowers, no doubt adding to them. And this was the Princess's London home, as we know. It's where her coffin lay overnight, and from where it began its journey this morning to Westminster Abbey. A sight there that has never been seen before, and which surely sums up the day and the love that so many people felt for Princess Diana.
John Suchet. Michael Brunson now joins me at Horse Guards Arch in Whitehall. Michael, the crowd seem to have dispersed there now.
Yes, the crowds have dispersed, and in any moment now you may have visible signs very much of life returning to normal, because the road is now being opened. And another sense, in a way, of life going on. We have the mounted guard on guard there. They have been on guard all the time, but we haven't been able to see them because of the crowds. And so very much life continues. It was a very, very emotional morning here as we all stood and took part in the service, those of us in the open air joining in with those in the Abbey. I can tell you my eyes were pretty moist during all that. But now life is picking up. Yes, you can just see the traffic behind me. And I think in a way that's a symbol of something that I think will be the legacy of Princess Diana now, because in three particular ways she is going to have an influence on the political and constitutional life of this country, in my view. As Lord Attenborough was saying earlier on, the landmines campaign, that will go on. She will always be remembered for that. But tomorrow Mr. Blair goes to see the Queen for lunch and so on at Balmoral. Absolutely no question that privately one of the things on the agenda will be, whither the monarchy now? How does the monarchy proceed from now? Not that Mr. Blair will force any particular ideas, but it is bound to be discussed. And I'm sure the royal family will have taken great strength from all that has happened today. And thirdly, as a result of Earl Spencer's very fierce words in the Abbey, the whole question of the conduct of the press. Of course, there will be those people who would tell you that it wasn't just the press who were criticising Princess Diana. You remember the criticisms that came from within the last government, and indeed some MPs recently, one of them saying, "Oh, here we go again," when she was making some critical remarks. But certainly I think that will be on the agenda. So as we speak to you here, life coming back to normal, Diana's legacy living on in all kinds of ways.
Michael, can I just pick up the point? Because we were talking all through last week, when there were these first calls, after the first denunciations about the paparazzi. We were talking about the possibility not only of bringing in new laws about the freedom of the press, about privacy and so on, but about using those laws which exist now to try to stop this kind of harassment. In view of what, as you said, Earl Spencer said today, do you think that is likely to give any further momentum? He was pretty forthright about it.
Oh, he was very, very forthright. I was very surprised indeed, but there is no strength whatsoever of the strength of feeling by the Earl. As you know, he immediately denounced the press the moment the news came through. Then he requested that 6 or 7 editors of tabloid newspapers should not attend the funeral. And today he used, very unusually, the tribute in the Abbey to make this point. In answer to your specific question, I'm certain that it still remains the government's view not to rush into any new laws. It's a very difficult area to legislate in. But yes, it is still my view that when this is looked at by the government, they will look at the existing laws that have come in, for example, defining harassment in the case of stalking, and they will look to see whether there are things that should be done to protect public figures. And you can be absolutely certain of the government's determination, as well as the palace's determination, to protect those young princes. They will be protected, that is quite certain. But I don't think at this stage anyone would want to do anything at all which would harm them, because now, I suspect, is the time when the real grieving for those boys begins. They've got through, I thought, absolutely magnificently what they had to do today, but it'll now sink in, won't it?
Michael Brunson of Horse Guards Arch. And while we're waiting for the hearse to make its way, here are some hymns and songs from the service this morning.
Where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, this road from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
Let's go now to my colleague John Suchet, who has some news about the progress of the hearse towards Northamptonshire. John?
Yes, still on the M1, the northern section of this journey. You can see the traffic, the ordinary traffic behind it, travelling very slowly. And perhaps ordinary traffic going in the other direction. It's impossible to say. But when it reaches the junction on the M1, it will turn off to travel northeast from the M1 towards Althorpe, the final private funeral this afternoon. Again, unprecedented scenes. Look, people standing by the side of a motorway and no police trying to clear them. There's no danger, they just want to watch the Princess pass. Slow, stately, perfect formation. The Princess of Wales on her final journey. moment for me to tell you that around the world, 2.5 billion people have been watching today's funeral, and radio and television programs the world over, as the crowd surges to the other side of the bridge, have broadcast the princess's funeral in around 50 languages.
Nick, the hearse making its final journey, the final stages of its journey. Robert Lacey, who was sitting in that seat before you came in, was making the point that in burying the princess on that island, the Spencer family are almost reclaiming her, to their memory at least.
Yes, I suppose there's a bit of reclaiming going on both families, really, isn't there? I mean, divorce is always a wretched business for everybody involved, but here is a time for sort of healing wounds. The royal family bringing her back, if you like, that was made very clear by the Queen's broadcast last night, I think, when the hurt that she had said through her spokesman that she'd felt at the way people doubted her grief, she paraded that publicly on air for all of us. And I think I agree with that a bit, though, that the Spencers too have had their say in the end. The end of the story is to be burial in that lovely, lovely place that we've heard about, that lake in the middle, that island in the middle of an ornamental lake. I think that's right as well. So in the end, all these sort of wretched divisions within the family and families and wrangles over all sorts of things, all sorted out eventually in death.
But Hugo Vickers made the point earlier that, of course, the Queen today was outstanding in her perception of precisely what needed to be done. I thought the gesture of laying a wreath in the Abbey itself was, as Hugo said earlier, quite unprecedented and really very, very significant.
It's almost as if an official in the royal household has been told, go and have a look at all the protocol and let's see what we can junk. Because frankly, practically everything was. They just sort of ticked them, oh, we don't need to do that. Why do we do that? No, we don't need to do that. And why can't Her Majesty do this? Lay a wreath. Oh, she doesn't do that. She didn't do it at Earl Mountbatten's funeral, as you were saying earlier. Let's do it this time. That was the mood. It was the sort of thing the Princess of Wales was brilliant at doing. The unexpected and the thing that no one thought was possible. She did it. Now we see on this day the Queen and everybody doing it.
Nick Owen, for the time being, thank you very much. While we're waiting for the hearse to arrive at Althorpe, let's find out a little more about Diana's final resting place. Her brother Lord Spencer said this week it won't be beside her beloved father in the family burial plot in the village churchyard, as we were just saying. Instead, she'll be laid to rest in a tree-covered island in a lake in the grounds of Althorpe Park. As ITN's Richard Lindley now reports.
It's like something from a medieval romance. An island surrounded by a beautiful ornamental lake, Diana's last resting place is a magical spot, fit for a legendary princess. This is a part of the Spencer family estate that she particularly loved. Some of the trees around it have been planted by Diana herself, as well as by her two sons, William and Harry. Inside the walls surrounding Althorpe House, they will be able to visit their mother's grave in privacy. All this week, the Spencer family flag has flown at half-mast in mourning for Diana. It's time for the harvest now in this classic English countryside where the Spencers have lived for nearly 500 years, next to the village of Great Brington. 20 generations of Diana's ancestors lie buried in the parish church of St Mary, but no family vault can contain such a dazzling figure as Diana. She went away from this small English village to shine like a star in the greater world beyond. Now the light that illuminated so many people's lives has gone out. But as a handwritten note here in the church puts it, Diana, your light will shine forever in our hearts. All week, people have come to pay their tribute to Diana and lay their flowers at the gates of Althorpe House. Now those flowers have been carefully rearranged to leave the entrance clear for Diana to come home. It seems inevitable that Althorpe House will now become a centre of pilgrimage for people from all round the world who feel that Diana has somehow touched their lives and helped them. The Earl Spencer, Diana's brother, has promised that for a number of weeks every year he will open the park to visitors who want to see where she is buried. And soon now Diana will be here. Soon the princess who led such a hectic, brief and brilliant life will be resting peacefully in this lovely place. It is a unique setting, entirely fit for a princess unlike any other we have known. Richard Lindley, ITN.
Throughout the day here in the studio and with our correspondents around the country and around the capital, we've been talking about various aspects of what happened this morning. But of course the focal point of the day was that service at Westminster Abbey and the celebration of Diana's life. Let's remind ourselves of some of the very moving readings at that service this morning.
If I should die and leave you here a while, be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now, we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines.
Earl Spencer this morning speaking very movingly about Diana, Princess of Wales. Now we are told that in a few minutes we might see pictures of Her Majesty the Queen going back to Balmoral from RAF Northolt. If we get those pictures, you'll see them. In the meantime, Hugo Vickers and Nicholas Owen are with me again. Michael Brunson mentioned, in connection with the Queen going back to Balmoral, that there might be discussions about what's gone on here this week when Tony Blair goes up there. Hugo Vickers, do you buy that?
Yes, well, as I understand it, Tony Blair would have been spending the weekend with the Queen. The Prime Minister always goes up for a night at about this time of the year, and so he's going to go up there tomorrow. I'm sure they will discuss a lot about what's happened.
How are these, you're a royal expert, how are these discussions carried on, though? Because I'm sure the Prime Minister won't want to initiate a discussion about the sort of royal family. How will it emerge?
Well, the wonderful thing about when the Prime Minister and the Queen do have a discussion is that they are sitting opposite each other in comfortable armchairs, and they are free to talk about anything they like, with a sure knowledge on both sides that it will not be repeated. That's the great joy of it, and that is, of course, the great value of having a constitutional monarch who has been reigning for 45 years, who incidentally dealt with the first Prime Minister, Sir Winston Churchill, a man born in 1874, and is now dealing with a Prime Minister who wasn't even born when she came on the throne. So I think it could be an interesting discussion on both sides.
Nicholas Owen, the subjects for discussion, I mean, one of the subjects for discussion, of course, we heard in the last few days that these calls between the Prime Minister and Prince Charles were probably responsible for the shape and the form of what we saw today. And that might give a clue as to how these discussions might flow, do you think?
Well, I suppose there might be a bit of that. I suppose the Queen might say to Prime Minister in some shape or form, you've been talking to His Royal Highness. She might say, my son, and I think she'll have to acknowledge that a younger generation is thinking about these things very clearly, and she's an extreme realist, the Queen, absolute realist. She's had many, many years to get used to the idea of things changing. You know, it's often said nothing changes at Buckingham Palace. It isn't so. It usually changes a little bit more slowly than in the course of one tumultuous week, I have to say. And I'm sure people will be sitting there at Balmoral and saying, well, let's just not be too hasty about this, but certainly let this new thinking percolate around. Let the advisors get together. Let's draw up some papers. Let's think sensibly about the next steps.
Nicholas, Hugo, thank you very much indeed for the time being. Let's go now to Mark Webster in Hyde Park.
Yes, indeed, Trevor. As you can probably see, of the hundreds of thousands of people who were here earlier, they've all now returned home. Nonetheless, when I spoke to them, they were leaving, one of the sentiments that was coming across was how very important this funeral was for them, to come to terms with what had happened. And they were saying that exactly what they'd hoped for, that there was an air of harmony after this service, which they hadn't actually seen before, where there were accusations and counter-accusations. Now they felt that harmony had begun to descend. The other thing, Trevor, I know you've been mentioning, is the global appeal of Diana, which we've seen throughout this. So I have with me here two ladies who originate from Ghana in West Africa. Akuya, I know your immediate response was to phone your mother, wasn't it, in Kumasi. What did she have to say?
Oh, she was telling me the way they feel, the way they are all grieving for Diana, and she was asking me how we are feeling over here because they couldn't help it at all. And I was telling her, well, we are coping with it. We are trying to get over it, all over it, but we hope to do so.
So what was it about Diana for you? What was it that really made that bond special?
Well, she was a kind-hearted woman. She treated everyone the same, like going around with her charity work, touching AIDS patients, leprosy and them lot. She was a very kind-hearted woman because she shouldn't have been doing all this, but because she loved everyone, she was going around doing all this work, and that made everybody love her because she's someone like, I don't know if it's like God has sent her to do all these things.
Eunice, can I turn to you? I know you originate from Accra. You're having a chance to go around and visiting some of the palaces today. I know you wanted to get in touch, if you like, with the areas that Diana knew so well.
That's right. So this morning I started from, I went to the church at Westminster Abbey, and then after the church service I came to the palace, the, how do you call it, Buckingham Palace, and then I follow all the routes. And
what is it for you, though, about Diana? What is it that was so special? Sorry, if I hand back immediately to Trevor.
Thank you, Mark Webster. I think we can see pictures now of the Queen arriving at Northolt. There she'll take a royal flight to go back to Balmoral. We were talking about what she might discuss there when she sees the Prime Minister, Tony Blair, tomorrow. But there is the Queen's car going up going towards the plain at Northolt. Nick?
Trevor, yes, Northolt, that RAF station on the edge of London, hasn't it become a sort of sad focus for so many events?
Because that's where the body of Princess Diana came back to when Prince Charles went to Paris to bring Diana back to London.
10 to 7 on Monday evening.
Yes, indeed. The Queen on her way back to Balmoral. Julie Somerville is at Westminster Abbey, and I believe, Julie, you have with you one of the men who danced with the Princess.
Indeed. I'm with the man who danced with the Princess of Wales, Wayne Sleep. Wayne, you were there representing the world of the arts and of dance in particular. What sort of a service was it as far as you're concerned?
Well, I think she would have loved it, actually. I was worried that it was going to be too much pomp and circumstance and maybe not enough humanity in there. But when Elton started singing, it seemed to fit hand in hand with the rest of the service. It didn't seem to jar in any way. It was a wonderful moment. And of course, you know, for me, the star of the show was her brother, that speech he made. And when we in the Abbey weren't clapping. The clapping started outside and we could hear it inside. And that's when it was taken up by the people inside. And I think that's another breakthrough in the red tape, that she was so determined to change. So I think she scored another point.
It was a way of also allowing emotion to be expressed, wasn't it? Although I'm sure, as outside the Abbey, even more inside the Abbey, there was a lot of emotion on display.
Well, I broke down when her brother was talking about her doubling up with laughter. I have all these images all through her lifetime of her dancing with me, of us laughing together, of scoffing chocolates, of being told in a line-up to, you know, be quiet, Sleep, I'll do the jokes. All these wonderful anecdotes came back to me, and I just kept seeing this image of her, and I totally went, but then. And I felt a bit embarrassed because I have that awful stiff upper English lip that says you don't show emotion, which of course she tried to break down also. And there was me trying to cover it, you see. Old habits die hard, but she was wonderful. And I would just like to say that from all my colleagues who'd phoned me and friends, and they'd phone me knowing I was going to the Abbey, I feel I've represented them, and they all asked me to say a prayer for each and individual one of them, and I have done that for you.
Well, that's a lovely thought. Wayne Sleep, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And now back to you, Trevor.
Julia Somerville at Westminster talking to Wayne Sleep. And a reminder that later this afternoon we'll rebroadcast the entire procession and the service for anyone who might have missed the spectacle and the emotion of this remarkable day. Now we have a report on the day's news, the day's events. Here's Hugh Pym.
All night they'd waited, and as the coffin at last left Kensington Palace, the grief of some in the crowd was plain. The coffin borne on the gun carriage of the Royal Horse Artillery, the bearer party from the Welsh Guards, thousands packing every inch of this extended route. But apart from the sound of the horses' hooves, the procession was watched in almost total silence. At Westminster Abbey, those invited to the funeral were arriving from the world of entertainment: Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg. From the world of politics, Lady Thatcher among former Prime Ministers, and Hillary Clinton. And then Mohammed Al Fayed, grieving both for Diana and his eldest son. As the cortege neared Buckingham Palace, the Queen, Princess Margaret and other members of the royal family waited and watched. And then the most poignant of moments, the two young princes would be joining the procession for its final stage. Prince William and Prince Harry, their father alongside, with Earl Spencer and the Duke of Edinburgh. More than 500 representatives of Diana's charities processing slowly behind them. And as they moved through from Horse Guards Parade to Whitehall, there was a touch of reassurance for Prince Harry from his uncle. And at last they reached the Abbey, exactly as planned, a few minutes before 11, for this essentially private service, which was to be at the same time a uniquely public occasion. No fanfares, no trumpets and drums, but a mix of traditional and popular, chosen to reflect the character and spirit of Diana.
Goodbye, England's road. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the greatest place to set where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, this road from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know.
And so to the tribute to Diana, Princess of Wales by the Earl Spencer, with strong words for the media who he said had hounded his sister.
Of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. A girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister. The unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
In another extraordinary break with tradition, applause slowly swelled around Westminster Abbey. Finally, the minute's silence. The hearse then left the Abbey to begin its journey to Northamptonshire. Applause among the thousands lining the Mall. Many throwing flowers as their final tribute to Diana. Back at the Abbey, the hundreds of mourners were left to look again at the sea of flowers and tributes. The hearse moving on up its carefully planned route through North London. Ordinary shopping streets where scenes like this would never have been dreamed of. Crowds again, all along the way. And once onto the motorway, the M1, they halted, the driver obliged to clear the windscreen of flowers which had been thrown from bridges. Prince Charles, meanwhile, had arrived in Northampton after travelling by rail from London. With him his sons and members of the Spencer family, as they prepared for the last stage of the journey to Althorpe, Diana's final resting place. Hugh Pym, ITN.
And let's go now to Deston in Northamptonshire, where Tim Ewart is at one of the villages where they're awaiting the arrival of the cortege. Tim?
Yes, Trevor, I'm in the village of Duston. The Northamptonshire police were told to expect up to 1.5 million people to turn out to line the route in their county, and as you can probably see behind me, I should think that was a pretty reasonable estimate. There are thousands of people here. Not very long ago, this road was completely empty. Everybody was at home watching the funeral on television. But they've turned out young and old, and... OK, I'm sorry, we're going back to you, Trevor.
Tim, I'm very sorry to interrupt you in mid-flow, but there we have some pictures of the hearse, I think, having gone off the M1, or no, it's still on the motorway. It's still on the motorway, but just about to go off the motorway now. Nick?
I think actually going off the motorway at junction 15A, which will take it up the A45, the 7 miles or so to Althorpe House. And again, the crowds there, we've seen it all day long, lining the route.
Extraordinary, Tim Ewart saying that they were expecting up to 1 million people. That seems rather an amazing figure for a set of English country villages.
Sure, certainly does. And look, the flowers again, everybody's doing this. This is what I was saying earlier, the blend of the expected and official and the unofficial. Who would have imagined that the car would become a bearer not just of the body of the Princess of Wales, but of all those lovely flowers tossed onto it.
Nick, nothing else went on in the country today, did it?
Well, I don't think so, Trevor. No, I can't imagine anything else went on.
Everybody's been lining the route to watch, and again, applause, in this case perhaps rather poignantly, the Princess of Wales coming home to Northamptonshire. Yes, distinctly off the motorway now, and I think there we can have a little glimpse of the great body of the crowd that Tim Ewart was alluding to. Certainly seems to have thickened in that part of the village.
Motorway reopening there.
The motorway reopening. Tim, with apologies, let's go back to you now. You were talking to some people in the village of Duston in Northamptonshire.
Yes, just to say, Trevor, that the fact that you've just seen that the procession has come off the motorway means that it's not very far away from here now. But I was about to say that there are people in this crowd who are young and old, and if I can just pick out one or two of the younger members, we have a young man here called Ben Carlyle, who, Ben, what is your plan when the cortege goes by?
Try to get these flowers on top of the car.
You're going to throw your flowers at the hearse. Why did you feel it was so important to come out here today?
Well, because everybody respects Princess Diana, so I came and got these flowers.
And you've got a good position as well, haven't you? Right in front of the...
I'm terribly sorry we lost Tim Ewart from Duston in Northamptonshire. Nick, there seems to have been a bit of a problem there. We were talking earlier, and I think we began because of something that Tim Ewart said about the fact that even in these English villages, people were still turning out, and I was saying nothing very much happened in the country today.
Absolutely. Another thing too, you know those enormous queues we saw to sign the books of condolence. I think I've got a figure here somewhere. Yes, there were 50,000 tributes. People were willing to wait up to 11 hours, and those books were then closed for the funeral. But we've been told that books of condolences have been reopened at the entrance to the state apartments of Kensington Palace. 36 books will be available to the public from 2 o'clock this afternoon, and the total number is expected to increase to 40 later. So people who want to do the physical thing of signing a book, they can still do so, or they will be able to do so. Oh, well, of course, it's way past 2 o'clock now, but they will be able to do so again, and joining, as we know, the thousands and thousands of other men.
Perhaps with nothing of the queues that we saw early in the week.
Well, I wouldn't bet that. I wouldn't bet that,
time.
Trevor. I think queues are there'll be queues for that.
Particularly this weekend.
I'm afraid so.
Nick, for the time being, thank you very much. Let's go now to Whitehall. Jackie Ashley is with Lord Archer.
Thank you, Trevor. Well, joining me now here in Whitehall, which is rapidly turning back to normal, is Lord Archer, a close friend of Princess Diana's. Lord Archer, you were there in the cathedral for the service. How did you feel?
I thought it was an amazing service, most poignant, and what really shook me was, I suppose shook us all, was the address by Earl Spencer. I was just behind the family. I was a very privileged position, just the sixth row behind, and looking up at him, and I thought, how is this going to play to the outside world? And the outside world let us know exactly, because they started applauding, and we could hear it inside the Abbey, but we did nothing until the very back of the Abbey began to applaud, and it rippled like a wave right up to the front. I've never heard applause in a cathedral or an abbey before, even in a church. And so once again, it was people power. The people have been leading this week, the entire time. Monday, they were down the Mall. Tuesday in Kensington. Then came the flowers. Then there came the demands for what they wanted. And I thought, finally, when we got into the Abbey itself, they would be on.
And rather sadly, we've lost a picture from Whitehall. It's quite extraordinary. We've had pictures from all across the country all morning. And then, just at this point, pictures from Whitehall seems to have lost. Let's see whether we can get to Northampton, where people are waiting, and John Suchet is looking at the pictures now.
These are the villages of Northamptonshire waiting for Princess Diana's cortege to arrive, lining the streets as they have done all the way on this journey, even alongside the M1. Extraordinary scenes, the police quite happy to allow them to have done that alongside the motorway. And the cortege left the M1 about 5 or 10 minutes or so ago, and it's taking the A45 Upton Way until it reaches the outskirts of Northampton. The police are operating what's called a rolling road block, so that traffic can continue to use the roads behind the hearse, obviously at small speeds. But no roads have been completely closed off. The traffic is allowed to follow the hearse slowly. The villagers waiting for their moment. Is the princess's home county, and they're claiming her back again.
Thank you, John Suchet. Nick, we're going to talk to Julia Somerville in a minute, but before that, can you make that point again about the books of condolence that you were making earlier?
Yes.
When we had to leave a little hurriedly.
Yes. We're told that we mentioned queues, and I now hear that queues are already growing quickly this afternoon at the entrance to the State Apartments at Kensington Palace. That, of course, was the Princess of Wales's home, because 36 books are now available for the public, and there might be 40 soon, to sign extra books of condolence, as we said, after those amazing scenes. I talked to some people the other day who had queued right the way through the night, and they were as bright as buttons in the morning, ready to go and sign the books of condolence. But that opportunity will continue, and these books are going to remain open, it says here, until the September the 15th, or longer, depending on the level of public support.
Nick, thank you very much. One of the campaigns for which the Princess attracted a great deal of international attention was her campaign against landmines. Julia Somerville is talking to somebody on that theme.
Yes, indeed. Well, I have with me Chris Moon, who has very particular and very personal reasons for getting to know the Princess of Wales and becoming associated with her landmines campaign. Chris, just briefly outline how it all came about.
I left the British Army. I worked for a charity specialising in mine clearance, and just over 2 years ago I was walking in a safety lane, an area where we'd removed the mines when I was blown up. We think probably it was a mine below metal detector range or something like that. As a result, I was minus lower right arm and leg. I was very, very fortunate I lived, and of course, this was something that I chose to do, but people who live in mine-affected areas have no choice and often no hope. I was really lucky. I came back and I got good medical care. I got running again. I've done things for a variety of charities, fundraising for mine victims to provide prosthesis and aid in that field.
Is that how you met the
Yes,
Princess?
that's right,
Yes.
at a variety of fundraising.
Well, I'm sorry to cut you off like that, but I think we have to return to the studio now.
Right.
Back to you, Trevor.
Julia, thank you. I think we're about to see some pictures in a few minutes, in a few seconds, I hope. My colleague John Suchet is waiting to talk about them. We saw those pictures a little earlier. These are pictures from villages in Northamptonshire. People awaiting the arrival of the cortege. John?
Yes, and the cortege is now just a few miles away from its destination, Althorpe, where the private funeral will take place this afternoon of Diana, Princess of Wales. Only 10 mourners will be there, we're told. Obviously her brother, her sisters, and their husbands, Prince of Wales and her sons, Princes William and Harry, and her mother, Frances Shand Kidd. And one other member of the party will be there, and that's the Princess's closest aide and personal confidant, her butler, Paul Burrell. We saw in our report earlier the island in the ornamental lake in the grounds of Althorpe where the Princess will be buried. That island was consecrated on Thursday by the Bishop of Peterborough, the Right Reverend Ian Cundy. It was a private ceremony and lasted just a few minutes. He said a short prayer on the island and then walked to all 4 corners of it, and at each corner he traced the sign of the cross on the ground with his pastoral staff and said, "The blessing of the eternal God be upon this place to sanctify it and keep it holy, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen." The ground was thus consecrated, awaiting the arrival of Princess Diana, who comes into view now. And the crowd have fallen silent. people of Northamptonshire welcoming home one of their own. The funeral service that will take place very shortly will be conducted by a family friend, and all we've been told and all we will be told is that he is a parish priest from somewhere in England. And in the 48 hours since the island was consecrated, a bridge has been built across the lake to the island to allow the bearer party to carry the princess. More applause, more flowers, as happened in London and as has happened at every stage on this route.
Back in the studio, Hugo Vickers and Nicholas Owen. Hugo, if it's possible to encapsulate the day, what would it mean? What would it say to you?
Unity, I think. The sharing of this huge ceremony with really the whole world, I mean, with the viewers overseas. But what struck me, I think, always struck me, is the first sight of the vast crowd in Hyde Park, and silent and wanting to watch it all together. I think that's what it is.
Nick, how would you put it?
Yes, I'd agree with that, Trevor, absolutely with what Hugo said. And let's remind ourselves about the television audience across the world. The royal wedding in 1981.
Do you reckon that was going to be what?
The figure today was said to be about 2.5 billion people, which I think is about half the world's total population. The royal wedding in 1981, that beat all sorts of records then, but this is something quite different. And so the whole world would have been taken up by this thing, and that's what my feeling about this is, that we all share that grief, that phrase, you know, share the grief. But what does it really mean? On this occasion we really did. The grief, the anger, and some of the, dare I say it, the laughter as well. There's been a bit of that as well, and people like Wayne Sleep talking about their memories of the princess. All those things going everywhere for everybody.
There were hints and suggestions this morning about how long that unity of which you speak is likely to last, and I know some felt that it was a new departure, a change in the way things are ordered, and that it will last. I mean, I suppose I'm thinking of that line which the Queen mentioned, which Nick Owen made a great play on, about the fact that this kind of thing, we'll try and make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again, or lessons will be learnt, which were in fact her words.
Yes, I think that's right. I think that we can't expect the kind of spirit of this week to stay exactly the same. I think that we've all had lots of surprises and to some extent shocks this week, and it's been very, very difficult. It'll be interesting to see how it all develops. I think that if I could quote one of the princess's own favourite expressions, a little time and space, I think, is needed by everybody, the monarchy and also the people.
And so those lessons, Nick, will be learned.
Well, one hopes so, certainly. Figures keep raining down on me here, but I see that it is now thought that there were, in round figures, 1 million people in London today. That is astonishing.
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 Thank you, Nicholas Owen, Hugo Vickers. Julia Somerville at Westminster, we have interrupted you several times today. We'll try not to again.
Don't make promises you can't keep, Trevor. But anyway, you find me back with Chris Moon, who was just explaining his very personal contact that he had with Princess Diana over landmines. As you probably can see, he himself was injured in a landmine explosion, and through his various charitable works he met the princess. But Chris Moon, she was actually somebody with a terrific sense of fun, besides obviously being somebody with her heart in the right place.
Yes, I think so, and I think it's very important to remember that. The last run I did was 150 miles through the Sahara Desert, and she was very, very interested in how this was going to be done on a false leg, and she got to the end and said, "You must be completely barking mad," which some people might say is true. But she then said, when you finished it and you've got to the end, come and tell us all about it, which was a tremendous vote of confidence, which I think shows again the ability that she had to inspire people, which was tremendous.
As indeed reflected by the incredibly varied sort of people who were in the Abbey today. What and also the nature of the service. And I was going to ask you, what were the highlights, the moments that will really always live on in your memory of that service?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't call myself an emotional person, but there were some moments that to me were really incredible. I mean, how Elton John managed to get through Candle in the Wind without crying is amazing, because I think he was about the only person that did. The other thing I felt...
I'm sorry, although they said they wouldn't do it this year, again, we have to stop there.
And here we are in Northamptonshire again. This is the village of Duston, where we heard from some villagers a little earlier. Very short distance from Althorpe now. The princess, you'll remember, was to have been buried in the Spencer family chapel in the 13th century church of St Mary the Virgin in the village of Great Brington, which is where 20 generations of her family are buried, including her beloved father. But Earl Spencer listened to the views of the local people that their village would be changed forever by the people who would flock to it in the years and decades to come, and decided that his sister would be buried within the grounds of Althorpe House. She's therefore not to be buried alongside her father, to whom she was so close. But she'll be within the grounds, which, as we've heard, will give her sons the opportunity to visit her quietly and privately in peace.
I think those are the end of those pictures for the time being, Nick, but no doubt we'll see them as they actually enter the Althorpe estate a little later. Before that, I believe they'll go through Duston, or have they gone through that already?
Well, you're taxing my knowledge of...
I think that was Duston.
That was Duston.
I think that was Duston.
I'm apologies to
I was
the
taxing
residents of
myself
Duston.
as well. And then they go through Halston, I think, after that. And then we might see the pictures going through the gates of the Halstons. We were talking about what the week meant, and you talked about unity. We were going on this question about whether we would expect it to transcend the events that we saw, these extraordinary events we've seen over the last 7 days.
I'm afraid there is, at the back of my mind, there's the thought that these things catch you up so much at the time, don't they? But I go back to what I was saying earlier when Mr. Blair, the Prime Minister, meets the Queen tomorrow. I'm sure there will be that feeling that something ought to be done. But it's interesting that on this business of the paparazzi, which of course Earl Spencer returned to, he didn't actually use that awful Italian word, but he made clear his feelings again about that. But the government has been very careful to say, through ministers, that they don't want to rush into something in the light of the appalling thing that happened to the princess, and that surely is the correct way. And especially when it comes to an institution like the monarchy, I mean, I think, personally, that you tinker with it at your peril, you know, and if you rush in, then you can do all sorts of damage. So I think there will be a period of reflection, and changes may come, but it might take a very long time.
Hugo, because Earl Spencer also said, and this was interesting, he said, we're going to make sure this never happens to the two young princes. How are they going to do that?
Well, I don't know. I think that there's an enormous amount of sympathy for, and indeed respect for the two young princes, and that should last for quite a long time. I think that they will probably be better protected than their mother by the light of the fact that they are their princes.
The pictures we see on our screens now tell us that the cortege is moving through Halston village. John Shusay is looking at them.
And we'll stay now with the princess's cortege until it enters the gates of Althorpe House. Festooned in flowers still. Extraordinary scenes. Villagers lining the streets, as I said earlier, the people of Northamptonshire welcoming one of their own back home. And one thinks now of Princes William and Harry and the future for them. Prince Harry is due to begin his final year at Ludgrove Prep School in Berkshire, and he'll then probably join his brother at Eton, so that he will give his support to William, the heir to the throne. William's been given a week's compassionate leave for his mother's funeral. William was so very close to his mother. In fact, the auction of her dresses, she said, was his idea. She actually said, the inspiration for this wonderful sale comes from just one person, our son, William. And that auction raised over $3.25 million in New York for Diana's favourite AIDS and cancer charities. And still the flowers cascade onto the cars from the crowd. Let me read to you some of the words from some of the bouquets that were left at the London palaces. To live in the hearts of those you leave behind is not to die. From prisoners in Dartmoor. Dear Diana, thank you for treating us like human beings and not criminals. You were one in a million. One young person summed up what must be the thoughts of millions when she wrote, I didn't realize how much I cared till you were gone. And another echoed that with these words. It is sad that you had to die, Diana, for us to realize how much you were loved. There are the gates of Althorpe, lined with flowers which have been cleared from across the entrance so the hearse can enter. You've gone from sight but not from memory, another card said, and an American tourist left this note. Thank you for bringing heaven and earth closer together. And another card said, we'll look after your boys. Northampton countryside surrounding Althorpe House. Pure English sea. Rolling countryside of Northamptonshire, and we're soon approaching the final moments of the day, or at least the final public moments, as the cortege now approaches the gates of the princess's childhood home, Althorpe House. And this is our chance, and the chance of millions across the world, to bid farewell to Princess Diana. In all the thousands and thousands of words we've read or heard in the last week, none have struck me with more force than the comment by a former housekeeper at Althorpe. She said, "Diana was just an ordinary, shy little girl." And perhaps that's what lies behind the extraordinary outpouring of grief. An ordinary, shy little girl can surely touch ordinary people's hearts far more easily than any person can, however grand. Goodbye, England's Rose.
John Suchet there with our last glimpse of the coffin of Diana, Princess of Wales, her final journey back to her childhood home. She'll be laid to rest in a tree-covered island within sight of that home. It's been an emotional end to an emotional day. Nick, those sentiments would concur with what you've been saying throughout the morning.
Yes, Trevor. I think at the moment all our thoughts ought to be with those 10 mourners, and especially, I would say, with the Princes William and Harry, who've conducted themselves with the most amazing adult dignity on this day as earlier in the week.
Hugo, would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. Earlier in the week there was a little bit of fear that whether or not today would satisfy the feelings of national grief, and I'm sure that it has done. And now that the Princess of Wales has returned to Althorpe, one thinks of her and there's that lovely countryside, England's greenest hills, as Elton John put it, and may she rest in peace.
Nick, John Suchet talked about the very private element of this service. He was saying that not even the parish priest who's conducting it will be known to us, perhaps never at all. It is going to be for those 10 people and them alone.
It is. I think that's a bit like the life of the Princess of Wales itself. Somebody said, I think it was the Queen herself who talked about it. Somebody certainly mentioned intrigue. You know, to the very end, the story is amazing. It is a private service. We don't exactly know what's going to happen. As you say, maybe we never will, but it has certainly been an amazing day at the close of an extraordinary life.
For the time being, Nick Owen, Hugo Vickers, thank you very much. We'll be back later. But for anyone who's just come in, we're going to rebroadcast the service from Westminster Abbey. The ceremonial began this morning at 9:10 when Diana's coffin emerged from Kensington Palace. There were some very moving scenes as the procession made its way past huge crowds to Buckingham Palace. And there the Queen and the royal family watched the cortege pass by. The young princes joined the procession with their father. They walked behind the gun carriage, and behind them the 500 charity members that the princess wanted. John Suchet describes the scenes as the procession approached Westminster Abbey.
That's the view across Parliament Square, the Whitehall, as the cortege approaches its southern side and will come round. Flowers everywhere, all along the edge of the street. Flowers.
Wheeling around now, of course, in front of the Houses of Parliament. The Princess not afraid in recent times to speak out on things, but as she always said, I am a humanitarian, not a politician. And so the cortege draws close to Westminster Abbey for the service due to begin in just about 7 minutes' time.
said, the great tenor bell half muffled with a piece of leather round half of its clapper. Those soldiers in their bearskins will shortly perform the most difficult task of their lives. Members of the 1st Battalion, the Welsh Guards, will bear the coffin into the Abbey. And when the coffin is lifted off the gun carriage, there the gun carriage is due to end and it returns to its barracks in St John's Wood. And the horses, who behaved immaculately. The men from the Prince of Wales's company, which is the senior company of the 1st Battalion Welsh Guards, specially chosen for this onerous task. They're all over 6 foot tall, all of a similar height, and they've rehearsed this manoeuvre since they came together on Tuesday of this week. At their head, Captain Richard Williams, who won the MC in Cambodia in 1991. They will now bear the coffin of the Princess of Wales into Westminster Abbey. The coffin lined with lead, so heavy, and the eyes of the world are on these men. Entering the Abbey gates, the Dean of Westminster leading. chief mourners behind. As London witnessed a more moving sight. In the background, Big Ben strikes 11. And as it enters the Great West Door, all will stand to the national anthem. And now the bidding from the Dean, his own words.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents, but especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
And now one of Diana's favourite hymns, I Vow to Thee My Country, which was sung at her wedding in St Paul's Cathedral in 1981. Verdi's Requiem. And now another poem for Princess Diana, read by her sister, Lady Jane Fellows.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
the 23rd Psalm. And now the Prime Minister.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you well grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try seas, all our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. The candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the great place to set where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your passion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
A tribute now from Earl Spencer.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal, that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. A girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time. for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharge their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who work for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others. We pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer. Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore. Amen.
Let us commend our sister Diana to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
The music of John Tavener will now lead to the minute's silence.
the end of the service at Westminster Abbey earlier today. It was a service without parallel, the end of a day without parallel. With me still, our royal correspondent Nicholas Owen. We were promised, Nick, a unique funeral, and that's exactly what we got.
Oh, yes. Everybody must have been deeply moved. The tone was so right, Trevor, from absolutely everybody, from young children delightedly tossing flowers onto the hearse on that final journey, to the thousands upon thousands on the streets crying and applauding, to the Princes William and Harry walking behind the coffin along with their father, Prince Charles, their uncle Spencer, and the Duke of Edinburgh. It was a fantastic combination of the expected and the unexpected.
Over the last week, we've been trying to get the measure of just who this woman, Diana, Princess of Wales, was. Today, in a more formal setting, others had the chance.
Yes, on Wednesday, I went to see the very Reverend Dr. Wesley Carr. He was the man who conducted today's service, and he showed me the words of his bidding, his address to the service. And I said to him, did you write those? I mean, did anybody tell you what to do? Did you consult anybody about them? No, he said, these are my own words. And in part he said, although a princess, she, Diana, was somebody for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. Oh yes, we were all intrigued.
Nicholas Owen, thank you very much indeed. We're now nearing the end of our program. Just a reminder that I'll be back with a news program at 6 o'clock. Then at 9, I'll be presenting a special hour-long program, reflecting and reporting on the events of this momentous day. But now, as the formal grieving draws to a close at Althorpe, there'll be private thoughts and private tears shared by Diana's family. In a moving and forthright address to the congregation and to the world, her brother Earl Spencer promised to honor Diana's memory by protecting her sons, her beloved boys. His words summed up the mood of the country over the last week. She had, he said, a natural nobility. She needed no royal title to generate her particular brand of magic. She was unique, complex, extraordinary, and irreplaceable. And we leave you now with more words from the service and lyrics and music of Elton John's specially revised version of Candle in the Wind. After that, we shall leave on your screens for a minute the pictures of the island in Althorpe Park, which will be the final resting place of Diana, Princess of Wales. A minute for your own reflections at the end of this emotional day. Until later today, from all of us here at ITN, goodbye.
Loneliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile, this torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. The candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Goodbye, England's rose, may you ever grow in our hearts. You were the great place to set where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you'll ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before and ever will.